Nazarene on the track.
Yo, what's good? What's good, Dusty? Shalom. Make sure you like this button as you come through. Make sure you support Black or African media so that you're out here doing your best to spread the word of Kaiser, right? So, great news, man. Or, maybe not so much for some Somalis online, especially TikTok Somalis, right? I would have shared the videos, but, people don't speak Somali here. But I can translate what I've been checking all over TikTok. A lot of people who are abroad, people in Minnesota, people in the UK, all these people, most of them, young men, have been livid about this situation. They're basically saying that Somalia joining the East African community is basically Somalia joining Bantustan, right? And they're going to lose their Cushitic identity and by being ruled by a bunch of Bantus. And that's what I've been seeing all over TikTok. These are people who are abroad, people who are not on the ground, right? So what are benefits of Somalia joining EAC? Both for the Somali community as well as for the Kenyans, the Rwandese, the Tanzanians, and everybody else in the East African bloc. That's what we're going to talk about, right? Is it a good thing, net positive? Personally, I think it is. I think this is a unification of a region, and that will create a lot of stability, jobs, and trade. This is what Africa needs, right? But, we will be discussing this, right? Not everybody is going to have the same opinions as me, and that's the whole point of these sort of discussions. So that's all. So don't worry guys, we'll be getting in, and making sure we get the diverse sets of opinions about what's going on. So anyway, what's good, people in the chat? We got Al. What's good, Al? Yeah, we'll do a Sierra Leone at some point. Yeah, shout out to Chuku Igwe over there, my Nigerian brother, right? My African American brother over there says, I don't trust Somalis or Horners. They will act as a buffer class for the Arabs and bring Sharia law with them. Okay. I don't think you should say Horners, right? Because you see, most Ethiopians are Christian, right? You could say you don't trust the Islamic countries, right? Yes, Somalia is part of the Arab League, but Ethiopia is very much a Christian country, so that wouldn't necessarily be the case. There's no way Sharia would ever happen in somewhere like Ethiopia, etc. But that's an interesting perspective, right? Muhyiddin, shout out to you, brother. He says, soon Ethiopia and Eritrea and Djibouti. Yes, this is going to pave way for the other countries in Northeast Africa to actually want to join. Now, North Sudan was denied, and I don't think they'll ever get accepted. but there's reasons for that. It's because of obviously the South Sudan versus North Sudan situation. So Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan will not allow a country like North Sudan from joining for obvious historical issues that went in, the slavery of the Nilotes and stuff, etc. So, yeah, Sudan will not join, but yes, I do believe Eritrea, Djibouti, et al. They have a huge chance of actually joining because this is great, right? This is what we want, right? This is what we want to actually happen within the African continent. Mohideen says, Somali people in online don't like to join East African community. They think they're going to lose their language because East African community speaks English. But Mohideen, I don't get it though. Do you know why? Somalis in Kenya speak both languages. They speak 3 languages minimum, right? Every Somali in Kenya, right? I'm talking about the ones who are from Somalia, not even the Kenyan Somalis. They speak Somali, they speak Kiswahili, and they speak English. 3 languages. Why? Because of trade. So Muhyiddin, here's the thing: you're not going to lose your identity, right? I know what you mean. That's how they feel. But did the Kikuyus, did the Luos, did they lose their identity because Kiswahili is used? No, they still speak Kikuyu. They'll still speak Luo. So I think that fear is a little bit exaggerated by them. That's my opinion. Yes, a little bit of change will happen, of course, but also Kiswahili has been Somalia was part of the Swahili coast, right, all the way to Mogadishu, right, Kismayo, etc. They already spoke Kiswahili there, right? You have the Barawa community, you have the Kibajuni as well. These people speak, language similar to Kiswahili. So I think that the fear is unfounded, but it's obviously they're allowed to have their feelings the way that they've obviously felt it. I can't tell them that they're wrong to have those feelings. It is true. Change is difficult, right? Change, makes people, start considering many, many different stuff, right? So honestly, I'm not too against that sort of feeling anyways. Their opinion doesn't matter. What does the Somali business class think? That's a good point. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Of course, they like it because this allows them trade. Yep. This is about trade, right? This is about trade. It's not about just that sort of class over there. 100% agree with you. 100%. I can't even disagree with that statement that you made over there, right? Middle class, the working class people are all. So the business class are always gonna be focused on actually. Anyways, let's go talk about the background first. Then we'll start analyzing if it's.
In 2022 and beyond. TLDR channel. So if you're not subscribed, hit the button to get more from us in 2022 and beyond. Anyway, in this video, we're going to be looking at the East African Federation, a proposed country composed of the 6 members of the East African community. And
now, Somalis online are not necessarily wrong completely because they fear the creation of this country, the East African Federation. Now, I think it's a good country, but basically that's what they're fearing. They're fearing a country with 300 million people, and 200 million of them are Bantus or something, right? And that they're afraid of their culture, right? Integration. The moment you join a group like this, of course, intermarriages will happen. That's a fact, right? The closer you are to people are going to fall in love, even if it's difficult, and it's going to happen. And you're going to have misogyny, right? You're going to have mixing. And Somalis are an endogamic community. They only mix with themselves. For the most part. So there is a real fear here that the East African community, which is a trading bloc, it's a political bloc, is going to form this country, which is the East African Federation. Now, of course, to the other East Africans, this is great news. This is what they want. But Somali wants to be part of the EAC without having to lose themselves by now being part of this proposed country called the East African Federation. So let's talk about it. What are the benefits? What are some of the consequences? What are the damages? How is it going to affect the East African community and then also the Somalis, right? And is this paving a way for Ethiopia? Because at some point, Ethiopia is a strong country. Its economy is the fastest rising. In the next 6 years, if they don't have wars, they're projected to be one of the largest economies in the whole continent of Africa. I'm talking about Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt level, right? Because they got 120 million people. So, of course, they can leverage that. So what this means is this, right? If Somalia joins, they're opening up the pathway for countries like Ethiopia to actually utilize them, or at least do a trade deal, right, to use access to the seaports. You see, if Somalia joins, right, they got the Port Mogadishu, they got a long coastline over there. That means, of course, those ports will be accessible to all the East African countries. Now, when they start doing trade with other countries that are landlocked, that are not part of the community, for example, like Ethiopia, everybody gets to eat. So it is a large trading network, right? So that is part of the situation. What's good, Jar? The Horn says the Swahili speakers are in extreme minority that are relatively recent migrants to Barawa. Okay. The new Swahili DNA paper reveals that the origins of the Swahili city-states happened by the way of Persian men sleeping with Bantu women. Lol. Kirked as... Okay. Fair enough.
And possibly the Democratic Republic of Congo, that would be one of the largest countries in the world and a contender for the first African superpower. The East African Federation would be a new country made of Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan, the 6 current members of the East African Community, otherwise known as the EAC. Although it would be pretty poor to begin with, the EAF would have the potential to be Africa's...
Yeah, so when he said it will be pretty poor to begin with, what he's referring to is the GDP per capita. Obviously, the GDP is going to be extremely high, right? You're immersing a lot of countries, right? But in terms of GDP per capita, you do have... It's not going to be as high as it could be. So that's why he started off with it's going to be pretty poor. He's talking about perhaps the typical living standards of average people, right? He's not talking about the projected power, which is based on how much domestic production occurs yearly, right? So just wanted to make sure we are all on the same page on this one here.
First superpower in the relatively near future. With a population of around 195 million people, the EAF would be the second most populous country.
Oh, no. See, this is an old video. It's like a couple years old. So we're going to make some corrections as we go along, right? So we already have a new country. I believe it's like 8 countries now, right? East African Community population. We can fact check things to make sure. Yeah, it's 325 million people. 325 million people, right? Because Congo did join, right? Somalia has now joined. It's over 325 million people, right? So that's a huge country there already, right? That already beats Nigeria, right? That beats Egypt. That beats all these powerful countries. And of course, as you stabilize trade, right, between all these nations, and you control, there's no reason why East African Federation will not be the richest country in Africa, right? Perhaps even richer than many other countries around the world, right? That's a huge trading market, right? Each one of those people is producing something, adding value to the economy, right?
In Africa, after Nigeria, and the 8th most populous country in the whole world. It would have a landmass of around 2.5 million square kilometers, the largest in Africa, and the 10th largest in square kilometers.
Yeah, so if you look at this map, right, it's not including Democratic Republic of Congo. So DRC is already an official member. So that means let's count it, right? South Sudan is 1, Kenya 2, Uganda 3, Tanzania 4, Burundi and Rwanda 5 and 6. DRC is also part of it. That's why the population is literally gone up to 325 million. And then Somalia is also now part of it. So that's actually really 350 million, right? Assuming Somalia is like 18 million people in the country, right? So it's actually over 350 million people. So this country proposed is going to be the largest country by far, way bigger than Nigeria by a lot, right?
The largest in Africa and the 10th largest in the world. Its largest city would be Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, which has a population of around 7 million people, although its capital would most likely be Arusha, a smaller city in Tanzania near the Kenyan border, which currently hosts the administrative headquarters of the EAC. While the official language would be English, the lingua franca would most likely be Swahili.
It's not most likely. It's in the constitution. Kiswahili will be the language of the people, right? Right now, I'll give you an example, right? One of the reasons why, you Pan-Africans love talking about, we should make, American accent. We all got to come back together, man. We got to make language, man. We got to choose an African language because speaking white man language ain't good, man. And I'm like, bro, you don't choose a language, right? The Europeans tried it with Esperanza or whatever, it failed. What happens is you let a language grow naturally, and that language will choose itself. And then you just legitimize it by putting in policies. Oh, everyone who joins this group has to learn this language. So let me give you an example, right? Why do people think Swahili grew so much, right? I'll give you one reason. There's many reasons, but let me talk about one. Every single member of any army within the East African community must speak Kiswahili when trading. What that means is, right, if you go to Congolese border with Rwanda, guess what? All army members speak Kiswahili. That's why in that part of Congo they speak Kiswahili. If you go to that area, same thing. If you go to Uganda, Kenya, or Tanzania, they all speak Kiswahili, right? The point is, when you have people, traders, right, army, right, soldiers, these are traders. Why? Because they go get sent into different areas than where they're from, and they have to buy goods. So they're traders, right? So they will be working with the local people on the ground. So the local people then go and then they start to speak the language that they're using. So Kiswahili grew so rapidly. That is a huge reason why Kiswahili is transversed all those countries. It's because of trade, right? Specifically, the army members must speak Kiswahili. It's mandated.
And the currency would most likely be the East African shilling, which was used by Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda until the 60s. Admittedly, the EAF would be pretty...
Nope. I think they'll just use probably Kenyan shilling and then they'll rebrand it. I don't think they're going to create a new currency. What they will do, it most likely, is legitimize the Kenyan shilling as the dominant shilling. They might rename it, right? But they won't change anything yet, right? They will just rebrand the Kenyan shilling. They're not going to make a whole new currency. That is very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely.
Poor, it would have a GDP of less than $224 billion, which, for context...
Oh, no, way more than that. So let me add the new, let's say, so Somalia GDP, I guess it's not that much, but that's $8 billion, right? And then Congo, DRC GDP, because this video is so Congo is $55 billion, Somalia is $8 billion. So it's going to have at least another $70 billion to that. Right, so ideally it's $300 billion economy. It's already as rich as countries like South Africa.
Would put it about 49th in the world, just below Portugal, and a GDP per capita of around just $1,150, which would put it about 180th in the world. But there's reasons to be hopeful. East Africa has consistently been the fastest growing region in Africa in recent decades. From 2010 until the pandemic, Uganda averaged 5% annual GDP growth, Kenya and Tanzania about 6%, and Rwanda about 7%, making Rwanda one of the fastest growing countries in the world. As a whole, the EAC's GDP, excluding South Sudan, grew an impressive 92%, from $106 billion in 2010 to about $204 billion in 2019. For context, that would amount to an impressive average compound growth rate of 7.5%. If the EAC continued on this path of rapid growth, or even experienced increased growth thanks to the new economies of scale, then it could rapidly become a relatively wealthy country.
Yeah, so he's making a great point here, guys. Listen. Africa is not as backwards as you guys think. Really, the main thing actually holding us back is actually simple. It's really politics. It's stability. The reason why I'm saying this, right, is that if you look at the whole situation, Africa is going to have the largest economic growth, basically because we're going to be now picking up the low-hanging fruits. Kenya is going to be reaching at least $6,000 per person in the next 7 years, right? That's actually a lot of money, right? So Ethiopia is going to be reaching similar amounts, for example, right? So Africa is on a stupidly huge economic growth. So once you unify a whole region like this, right, you have no idea how much you're having access to. We're talking about, like, Uganda has the most arable lands there. South Sudan actually has a lot of arable lands, especially near the Ethiopian borders, right? They have all that region there. Burundi and Rwanda, they can be some kind of, or at least Rwanda can be a financial hotbed, a bit like Singapore is. Kenya can be a facilitator, right, because of the ports and closeness to the Gulf, right, with Somalia there as well, utilizing its ports for landlocked areas as well, right? So there's a huge potential here, right? Economically, I will see that Africa will grow a lot faster than we're seeing. We're going to be seeing 20% growth rate in the next 10 years. That's my prediction over there. So if that's the case, right, all we have to do is just not have wars. Now, if you do create an East African Federation, you can't have wars in a federation. it's much more difficult. And that paves way for it to become a United States of East Africa, right? That's the thing. Because all these things, all these countries here will feel the issues of force of being excluded from a trading bloc, right? So this is a huge strategic country right now, with Somalia opening up the pathways for so-called Horn African countries like Eritrea and Djibouti to join. I know Ethiopia won't join it directly. Ethiopia might just become part of the East African community, but it will never become part of the East African Federation because of its own, obviously, main character energy. So this, though, guys, as I'm saying, right, in Africa, I'm predicting, right, next 10 years, we're going to start seeing 20% growth rates in some key select African countries. And this is an example of something which, as growth is already kind of coming through, is going to start seeing a lot of effects. And also, here's the thing, right? Now, people come against Ruto, but Ruto has some good benefits, right? The previous president, Uhuru Kenyatta, he was cool, right? But he didn't have good relationship with the Somalis, right? Ruto, perhaps because if, genetically he's Kalenjin, and that's a very similar tribe to them. Even actually, they're both related to the same ancestors, the Mursis. The language even counts similarly, right? So they have a lot of similarities together. But Ruto and the current president of Somalia have good relationships, and that's what's actually allowed this to actually happen. And this definitely paves a huge path towards a peace in Africa in general, right? So yeah, there's just something to be said about this, anyways. Just in terms of forget the great stuff, but even the basic stuff, right? Peace, stability, right? Now IGAD is a group within the Horn of Africa, right? IGAD, it's almost like an EAC, but this one is like it's called International Authority on Development, right? It's called IGAD, right? It's for mostly it's actually East African, right? It's Horn African. So countries that are part of it, you can already kind of you already know which countries are part of it, right? Over there, right? It's Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. Those are the members of IGAD, right? I'll repeat that: Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda, right? It's for strategic regional integration, preventing large scale famines and controlling the environment, just putting in strategies, for example, growing trees or greens in order to prevent desertification, etc. So it is a real thing. And I think when you now start showing real stuff, Africa might change. Anyway, let's go ahead and read. Somalia didn't join the EAF. Yes, the Horn. We know Somalia has not joined the EAF because the EAF doesn't exist, right? They only joined the economic bloc that is EAC. I think you should learn to understand and comprehend what I'm saying, right? The EAF doesn't even exist yet, right? It's not a country yet, the Horn. You understand that, right? I'm talking about what will happen. Should have kept it within the Great Lakes countries that all speak Swahili. Flexout says, even if Somalia only stays in EAC and doesn't enter EAF, then it can have massive economic benefits. This is a potential shortcut for the economy. Yeah. It's a massive shortcut, right? Because it really does literally, for example, like look, Flexed Up, right? They have access to a really, really large coastline with a lot of offshore oil and also gas, right? So once they join EAC and they start doing trade, that means they can actually get a loan from the EAC bank, right? Or the EAF, doesn't really matter, right? Bank, and then they can use that to build and invest in oil extraction. So this is actually going to be a great way for them to actually now have access to borrowing a lot of money within their block, so that they can then invest in again East African owned oil rig exploration and extraction. Like what Norway did, right? And remember, Norway is a small country. This is a whole block that will have access to billions of dollars. If they do that, right? So they already have countries like, as I mentioned before, Uganda has oil, Tanzania has oil. Now, Somalia also has oil. So if they all come together and they have that big block, the bank will be there. There'll be billions of dollars that they can leverage to go and invest in being in control on specific, infrastructure. For example, learning and actually building an oil exploration and oil extraction company, etc. And then they can export it all around Africa and then obviously the West. So this definitely is not a small thing. Chukwuge says Nigeria will have a population of 1 billion by 2100. The giant of Africa will only get bigger. Simon says after Afghanistan, Ruto and Museveni couldn't at least wait until Al Shabaab was defeated or long term peace between Somalia and Somaliland. Zulia says if that happens, it will be the biggest. Oh my God. Okay, interesting.
And it's not impossible to imagine it being Africa's next superpower. Now, this might sound like a wild idea. Those of you who know anything about African history will know that drawing appropriate borders in Africa is, to put it lightly, a bit difficult. But these countries, and especially Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania, have been cooperating with one another for the best part of 100 years. The three countries were united as Britain's East African colony in 1919, when the East African Currency Board was introduced. There was then the East African High Commission from 1948 to 1967, then the East African Common Services Organisation from 1961 to 1967, and finally today's East African Community, founded in 1967. At the time, the EAC was basically a customs and currency union. The three countries all used the East African shilling and set the same external tariffs. Things went...
Yeah, imagine if that continued, right? They literally had, because again, all these countries were colonized by Britain. In fact, they were part of the same country prior, right? It was the East African protectorate, right? They weren't even separate countries until obviously the British left control, right? Tanzania first had the Germans, and of course, when the Germans lost the war, they transferred ownership to the British, who then obviously turned it into part of East African protectorate. Now, since they had that East African shilling, right? Obviously, the Ugandan shilling went to shit. Tanzanian shilling went to shit. Kenyan shilling was pretty good for a long time. Now it's finally slowly going to shit, right? Because just 4 years ago, 100 shillings was $1, which is great. Right now, 150 shillings is $1. So that is a huge loss, right? But the other shillings is like $1 is like 2,800 shillings. So you can see that the other currencies devalued so much. If they were maintained by using this one currency, they could have leveraged so much over there. And that's unfortunately where they went wrong. They didn't have to unify that time, but they could have at least maintained the same currency.
Well, for the first 10 years or so, but the EAC unfortunately collapsed in 1977 thanks to diverging political systems. There was a dictatorship under...
Here's the thing, right? I don't want to be like a Pan-African, right, and start blaming Dwight Man for this, but the reason why Jomo Kenyatta was allowed to become the first president, etc., is because he was pro-West, or at least they made him pro-West, right? There was other guy, there's a Luo guy who was the father of Kenya also, right? Now he was far more similar to, I guess, the Mwalimu Nyerere from Tanzania, which is, he was a commie. Like, okay, maybe a socialist, right? But he had commie-leaning ideals. So, of course, America got involved, Britain got involved, and that's how, obviously, the disbanding of these areas. And that's why the British even allowed someone like Idi Amin to take control, because Uganda had so many coups, bro. Uganda has literally had a coup every other day, right? Some president was only president for like 2 days. So Uganda just kept having coups and coups. So the British allowed Idi Amin and even supported him for the longest time, because although he was who he was capitalist, right? Minus kicking out the Indians, but still believed in capitalism. So that's what happened, right? The political divergence. Kenya was, more or less capitalist. Uganda was very sort of dictatorship, but still capitalism. And then Tanzania tried the whole socialism route. It didn't work for them, right? The country could have been far richer than Kenya, and it's not because they went that route. And of course, when you go down that route, issues when you're trading and selling your products around the world, markets start to arise.
Idi Amin in Uganda, socialism in Tanzania, and capitalism in Kenya. The EAC was revived in 1999 when the leaders of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda signed the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community. The EAC had a 4-step plan. First, a customs union. Second, a common market. Third, a monetary union. And fourth, and finally...
Yeah, so let's talk about this stuff, right? Let's actually dig into it. And shut up, make sure you Dusty's click on the link, right? So customs union, that's unifying trade, right? What goods can come in, come out, how much they cost. Are you paying double tax on goods? For example, right? America and UK have a bilateral tax agreement that allows them to basically only pay tax to one country. For example, ideally, let's say I'm from Britain, right? My name is Kaiser. This is a hypothetical, right? I'm not talking about myself. And I earn money from America. YouTube is an American company. Yes, I get paid by YouTube Ireland, right? But YouTube is an American company. So I actually earn American dollars, right? Not just American, but around the world. But let's say American dollars comes into my bank in Britain. If America and the UK did not have a bilateral one-way tax agreement, I'll be paying tax to the American government and the British government. As it stands, this hypothetical situation, Kaiser only pays tax to the UK. So that allows you to basically have a better access to your money. As things stand in Africa, almost no country in Africa have any functional bilateral agreement that allows for one-party tax one-way system, right? It doesn't really work. EAC, I've drawn it out, and that's what they're trying to do. But in general, most African countries pay double tax. That's why goods are so expensive. So a customs union, that's great. Common market, obviously, because you're unifying several countries, great. Monetary union, right? This is the biggest one. If you can leverage a huge currency against the dollar, that will give you more loaning potential. You also have far more quantitative easing because you're dealing with a much larger economy of scale. So when stuff starts going wrong, it will take much longer for it to go completely bad. And of course, political federation, this is talking about legal systems and all that kind of stuff. Where do they stand? Which countries do they join, etc. Vote for? For example, let's say you are in a United Nations vote. The EAC will go and agree on something together, right? Ideally, this is what happens especially when they become EAF. They would agree on how to vote, and then when they go there, they then vote in a unison. So now it actually gives you leverage because you now have guaranteed voting direction from several different member states of United Nations, which does actually impact things.
Political federation. In 2005, the three countries agreed on the first step, a customs union. In 2007, Rwanda and Burundi joined the treaty, and in 2010, these 5 countries agreed on a plan for a common market with a free trade area and harmonised regulation, although there's still some way to go here, largely because countries are wary of imports undercutting local businesses.
Yeah, that's a big one. So let me give you some basic ones, right? In Kenya, things are way, way, way more. It's the most expensive country in East African community, right? For obvious reasons. So people actually go to crossing the side in Busia, right? From Busia, Kenya to Busia, Uganda, just to get cheaper oil, fuels, right? Because different country regulates different products differently, right? There's always some government putting more money in this sector because the economy isn't good in the other sector. So what Kenyans do sometimes, truck drivers, like long distance truck drivers, they go buy loads of fuel from Uganda and then come back to work in Kenya or vice versa, because it allows them an easy access to that. So the issue is with African countries, they're worried about undercutting, right? Oh, what if prices are more cheaper here? Will people not just go buy everything there then sell it here? But to be honest, at the end of the day, when you have a free market, everything equalizes itself for the better, right? That's generally how liquidity happens. For example, let me give you a very simple example. When I try to go buy stuff on the streets in Africa, you're going to get varying prices because everyone is adding on their own profit, sometimes 200%, whatever it is, and you haggle back and forth. But if you go check the prices online, then you know exactly how much the product is worth with the profit already taken. Then you can now basically haggle much better. So online market, the common online unified market basically made prices cheaper.
For example, Kenya has locked out Ugandan milk, timber, sugar, and maize because it would undercut Kenyan farmers. South Sudan applied for membership.
Yeah, that's not so true anymore, right? That wasn't even a real policy, right? Kenya does actually get a lot of those things from Uganda, so that isn't completely correct. But there was a lot of fear about that because, again, Ugandan products are cheaper. Ugandans are much better, farmers. They're much more productive. Their land is basically more productive as well, right? They have much better soil than us. And a lot of our soil is actually growing cash crops anyways to get the dollars in. So they are actually a real agricultural country for food use.
In July 2011, the same month it formally gained independence from the Republic of Sudan. and its application was approved in March 2016. The Republic of Sudan also applied to join in 2011, but its application was rejected thanks to its poor relations with both South Sudan and Uganda. Anyway, when it comes to the monetary union, which would essentially involve these 6 countries all using the same currency, there's been some progress.
8 countries.
But there's still a way to go yet. In 2013, every country in the EAC, apart from South Sudan, agreed to progressively converge their currencies by harmonising monetary and fiscal policies. And Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania and Rwanda...
You know, all they have to do is kind of interesting. All they got to do is just create a cryptocurrency called the East African dollar or whatever it is, right? Then they use that as a way to actually do exchange rates. Because as it stands, they're using dollar to exchange rates. And that is annoying. Right? Until they actually at least stop using, again, I'm not saying, guys, I'm not making the argument some of you are actually thinking I'm making, right? Let me be very specific. I'm not saying that they need to stop using dollar right now. That will happen when the time is right. What I'm saying is they need to stop using the dollar as an intermediary currency. Right now, if I want to go and get Ugandan shillings, I cannot exchange my Kenyan shillings directly for Ugandan shillings. I have to go and buy American dollars from the bank, and then I would exchange those dollars into the Ugandan shillings. So I'm losing about 10% each time of my money each time I'm making that transaction. So at the very minimum, what these guys should do is just make a simple cryptocurrency that they've controlled themselves, and then they use that as a price setter. So you're no longer going out there and then buying dollars first, losing money in that transaction so that you can exchange into the shillings. That's really the issue there. Right, so that has to, at the very minimum, that has to go away immediately.
Now present their budget simultaneously every June. Unfortunately, a currency union still looks difficult, given that A, each country still has its own unique currency, and B, each currency has experienced wildly different exchange rate functions, which means convergence will be difficult. Anyway, on to the last bit, a political federation.
8 the number of partner states in the East African community after it was inducted during the 23rd Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State held in Arusha. The welcoming of Somalia into the bloc helps the EAC accelerate its expansion plans that could see it recruit Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and possibly Sudan. Victoria Rubadiri with more.
The moment that solidified Somalia's place in the East African community. President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud making his way to the high table during the 23rd Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State held in Arusha.
Our journey to this day has been one of resilience, perseverance, and enduring belief in the power of regional unity and cooperation. As Somalia joins the East African community, we are not merely entering a regional bloc, but we are joining a family of nations.
We now have an extra 15 million people, or thereabout, who will become members of this great family. As I congratulate Somalia, let me congratulate the other 7 members of this great organization. The East African community today is the most integrated, the most progressive economic community in our continent.
Tumefurahi pia kwa Mheshimiwa Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud.
Yeah, I think she's speaking Swahili, so I'll try to translate the best I can. She's like, oh, we're very happy about what Mr. Mahmoud Sheikh, the Hawe brother, right, the president of Somalia said.
Raisi wa Jamhuri ya Somalia ameweza kujumuika nasi leo katika mkutano huu. Somalia ni mbia
talking about Somalia joining
wetu muhimu na tutaendelea kushirikiana nao.
But if you say you want prosperity, the question is, where will the prosperity come from? According to what we have seen, prosperity cannot come from aid from foreigners, cannot come from handouts from government. It comes from a family or a company or an individual.
Yeah, so guys, if you have any comments about the East African community, East African Federation, and or and or Somalia is joining, right? Is it going to benefit them? Is it going to benefit East African community? The politics, the economics, and the geo power surrounding it, basically in general. Yeah. Make sure you call in. The lines are open now. I've done the major part of my presentation, so everyone should be, educated within the basics of this topic.
Producing a good or a service and selling it. You produce a good or a service and somebody buys it. If more people buy from you, then you become prosperous.
Now, I love this guy, man. He's kind of low IQ. He says the most basic stuff in the most basic way, but he's a general, so I got to respect him for that. Like, he has maintained 30 years power in the country, so there's no way the guy is, he's just low IQ, right? But he's very, very interesting guy, right? He's just like, hey, when you have more people you can buy or sell to, everybody is going to, yeah, I'm sure a larger market is always better. He's not wrong there, right? So shout out to him. It sounds funny the way he's saying it.
Therefore, you cannot talk of prosperity in Africa without talking of market integration.
This time, Somalia was successful in its bid to join the bloc after a failed attempt in 20.
But I told you guys, it was the Kalenjins who let them in, right? If the Kikuyus were still in power in Kenya, they would not have let the Somalia join. The reason why is because obviously in Kenya, right? Let me name you the 6 largest tribes in Kenya, right? There's Kikuyu, they're number 1, they're 20%. There is Kalenjin, there is Luya and Luo, right? These are, again, 16% each, around that percent. And then you have like Kisi and then Somali, right? This is like 8% each. So the issue is Kikuyus obviously don't want Somalis to take over their country. So Somalis are already 8% right now of the population of Kenya. They fear that, if they keep growing, they're going to be replaced. So the Kalenjin government, right? Which is, Nilo-Cushitic people. And again, this is tribal ethics stuff going on. They're the ones who have better relationships with the Somalis. And since it's their administration, that's why this went through. This is very, very tribal. I predicted this, right? Before, a year ago, when we were having this debate. Africa really is a very tribal place. But anyways, let me just finish this part and then we'll open it up to the panelists.
2012. Back then, internal conflict with militant group Al-Shabaab and an unstable legal and political environment were the main reasons it was barred from joining. Somalia's inclusion in the EAC brings over 3,000 kilometers of coastline, the longest in mainland Africa, into the bloc that partner states see as a huge boost to trade to the Middle East and beyond. The induction of Somalia was one of 3 key issues on the table, including the East African Regional Force mandate in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah, so they've been doing a lot of stuff. The whole Congo stuff, maybe it's like trying to show power. Right now also, the contract between the peacekeeping force units in Congo has expired. And the Congolese people do not want to renew it. So right now, the East African peacekeeping force, right, is actually what's going to help the Congolese people reach the next stage of their freedom. So East Africa is actually trying, right? Right now, they're putting in the moves, right? They're trying to be geopolitically relevant by peace. Just a simple fact that there's peace within all those countries. There's no war, right, between any of the countries that are member states. It's already a great achievement for Africa, specifically for Africa, but this opens up doors and potential for furthermore.
It considered the progress report of the EAC-led process on restoration of peace and security in Eastern DRC from the facilitator and the force commander of the regional force. 1, noted the DRC will not extend the mandate of the EAC regional force beyond 8 December 2023. But directed that the CDFs of EAC and the SADC and DRC to meet before 8th December 2023.
The regional bloc established the peacekeeping force to create a buffer between the government forces and M23 rebel group in the east of DRC.
In the DRC, we're having...
Yeah, so we got a couple of new panelists. We've got Kidola, We've got our brother Al over there, and also we got the almighty Bantu over there. So yeah, go ahead, Kidola. What's your thoughts on the conversation? Start from anywhere else you want, and then we'll move around the panel and see where we get to. Is you there, Kidola? If not, until you're ready, Al, what's your thoughts on the conversation? Somalia is official. I predicted this based on tribal logic and other stuff. Do you think it's good for the Somalia? Is it good for Kenya, East Africa? What's the thoughts around the geopolitics? Oh, we can't hear you if you're talking, Al.
I think his mic got a problem.
Yeah, his mic might have a problem or something. So yeah, Jude, you can start, then we'll go around. I think Kidola's eating, and then Al is using a $5 microphone.
Can you hear me, Kaiser? Oh, okay.
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was outside and I was speaking to you on the Bluetooth, which is miles away. But yeah, it's a good thing for I think it's a good thing for peace. That's the number one. If anything, you can achieve peace in the region, because Somalia has been at war for too long, and also with Congo, in terms of having the East African contingent in their country to help them, get rid of all this foreign involvement in their minerals and stuff like that. I'm actually quite disappointed Congo did not join, West Africa, but they actually went to you guys. So I got beef with you, you know what I mean? I got beef with East Africa right now. But other than that, I think it's a good move. Let me hear what the intellectuals got to say.
Okay, so
All right.
go ahead, Jude.
Oh yes. Let me thank Al for cutting it short, but I'll go deeper into what is going on. I actually saw why Somalia joined the East African bloc. This is the thing, right? A few days ago, I heard that Ethiopia was at the edge of capturing or invading most of these countries at the coast that have access to the ocean, right, or Mediterranean Sea, and probably the Indian, or to have a piece of of this part of the world, so they can actually have access to the sea to ship their stuff, so it's gonna be easy for them. So it seems like because of these, other countries are now scared. Countries like Eritrea, Djibouti, and Somalia, they are now scared that Ethiopia might invade them and get that piece of land that could actually lead them to the sea. And this is the thing. That is I think that is one of the reasons that they joined. But another thing that I think joining the East bloc is gonna have there's so much problems that is gonna be involved. Somalia is not stable. Um, Majority of the countries that that are below the poverty range, most of the is Somalia. I think is still at the bottom. And if you have a community block, like the East Community Block, where you have Kenya, you have Tanzania, you have Rwanda, these countries are a little bit stepped up. Now it's gonna be a lot of problems, because now, I mean, because this leads to open borders, right? If you have an economic block, it leads to open borders, it leads to a lot of things. So you're probably gonna have a lot of infiltration, a lot of people coming in, migrating. There's gonna be that um migration from rural or countries with low standard of living to countries that are a little bit up. Now it's gonna cause a lot of confusion in these countries like Tanzania and Kenya. We saw this in South Africa, where because of the block that they had, Zimbabwe, Namibia, it was a lot of problems, because a lot of Zimbabwe were not taking advantage of that block most of them were moving into South Africa in such a way where South Africa has to put a special, block on Zimbabwe. They could allow Namibians to come in because they knew they're not going to stay long. They're going to go back to their country because it's at that same level with South Africa. But when it came to Zimbabwe, South Africa, it was a lot of trouble because they believe that Zimbabwe are coming in as migrants and not going back to their country. So I think if care is not taken, we might be having that same issue between Somalia and Kenya and other countries as well. So I always advise countries, in order to form a bloc, you want to form a bloc with people that have met a little standard. You see the progress in what they are doing, everything. That's why it would have been better if it was just Tanzania, Kenya, and Rwanda, and all these other countries that are progressing, or maybe Ethiopia as well. Another problem that I also have with this East Community bloc, it seems like they are dividing Central African bloc in order to booster their economy, because I think if Congo was a country that was secured, have a better security, I think the whole economy of Congo will be more bigger than the Eastern bloc, including Kenya and Tanzania as well. But because of the insecurity issue that is glooming in Congo, I think the East African bloc, they are trying to take advantage of that and bring Congo into that community. Back in the days, I've always known that Burundi, Rwanda, DRC Congo were part of the Central African bloc, and I don't feel like you have to divide communities to strengthen yours, but it is what it is. I'm not going to talk too much, but the Central African bloc has also been, because this country, DRC Congo, is also still part of the Central African bloc. I remember a few days ago, or I think if I'm not mistaken, months ago, they had a meeting with the Central African bloc where the president of Chad, Angola, other countries were part of it, and they were also discussing how they could actually reform and stimulate the Central African community as well. But based on Somalia joining the East African, it's a good thing. At the same time, it might be a bad thing for the community. Like I said, Somalia is not stable at all. If borders are open, it's going to affect the neighboring countries. In terms of currency, currency is not really placed at all. I'm pretty sure that with this joining, they have to come up with one currency, because if not, then is the fluctuation between currency, one, like you say, Uganda shillings and Kenyan shillings, then Somalia currency as well. So it's gonna cause a lot of mixed stuff, because like I said, in Central Africa community, we have one currency now, like the same currency that we use in Cameroon is the same currency that is used in Equatorial Guinea, used in Gabon, used in Chad, used in Central African Republic.
Wait, one second, brother. Jude, let me cut you out there for a second, brother. Are you trying to say that the French did great things for Africa because it's because of the French and the the French currency right now, who they're in control of, that those countries in Central and parts of West Africa have a unified single currency? Interesting. So all
exactly.
the time, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, exactly. You could say
I disagree, but yeah, carry
on. Yeah. No. You could say it's an advantage and a disadvantage as well. So I'm not gonna say it's an advantage, but this is the thing, we have seen that in West Africa, where you have Ivory Coast, Niger, Mali.
No, but Jude, the French currency, right? I forgot what you guys call it, right? That is one of the most stable currencies in Africa. It doesn't fluctuate much. It's very stable.
Exactly. Like as we speak right now, the currency of Nigeria, Naira, has even far dropped. The one CFA, that's why I tell you, Nigerians are now running into Cameroon to get the Cameroonian franc CFA, so they can actually boost their economy, right? Because 1,000 CFA in Nigeria is almost like 3,000 Naira. So everything is like, it's a huge money right now. So like I said, I mean, it's an advantage, because if I'm traveling to Central African Republic, or I'm traveling to Equatorial Guinea or Gabon, I don't have any reason changing my currency, because it's the same currency, right? It makes travel easy. It makes business easy as well, despite the fact that we are not taking advantages of this, but it makes things easy. I don't have to change it into dollar. I don't have to do this. It's the same kind of economy that you experience. So Congo, DRC Congo was supposed to be part of it, but they also have their own French franc, which is like is like what the Belgium use, but it's the same like but the ones that we use is more higher than the DRC Congo franc. So I wish Kenya should have done that with Uganda shillings, but instead of joining the shillings together, they decided to have, Uganda shillings, Kenyan shillings, Tanzania shillings. And matter of fact, these shillings was even introduced to East African bloc by the United Kingdom. This was the currency that they used to use back in the days before they went to pounds and all of that. So despite the fact that they say it's French currency, at the same time, French really doesn't control the currencies that we use in Central. Is that they have like a producing or the printers block where the currency is being printed in France. But when it comes to the bank, we have a Bank of Central African State that is presently in Cameroon. It's a whole huge building, and we also have the bank. The bank minister, the bank governor, the person who is in charge of what is happening. So if you don't have a clue about French currency, it doesn't mean that the currency is run by France. It means that the reserve bank is in France. It means that the printing where the money is being
that
printed
says a lot there, doesn't it? If the reserve is in France and
the reserve. I want to ask you a question. You that have your own currency being printed in your own country, how come you have not met that standard of living? Most of these countries that are French, Ivory Coast is far better off than most of these English countries, right? And someone said the French countries are still paying taxes. They are still paying taxes to the white man. How comes they are paying taxes? They are doing all of this. They still have a hard time doing all of that. Yet most of their countries are far better off than these countries like the Gambia that are not paying taxes. They have their own currency. So it's just kind of confusion that people should actually clarify. And because when it comes to politics and all of that,
GDP per capita or infrastructural development or
when it comes to GDP, when it comes to GDP, let me finish. When it comes to GDP per capita, right? I'm not saying all francophone countries, but some francophone countries are actually doing better than English countries, even when it comes to gross domestic nominee or PPP. Huh?
Which one would you compare? Let's do a fair comparison.
Take for instance, you have Ghana. Let's say Ghana and Ivory Coast, right? Because these are countries that are.
Don't bring Ghana. Ghana is bankrupt, man.
Right, that's what I'm telling you. When you go to Ghana, Ivory Coast, that's what I'm trying to. I'm not gonna. Yeah. I don't want to digress this to this, but if you take Ghana, Ivory Coast, I've seen the infrastructural development in Ivory Coast is far better off than Ghana.
Ivory Coast is unique. Ivory Coast is unique in West Africa. You got to remember, Ivory Coast was built by the French for theirs. Right?
That's why I'm giving you different tips. Okay, take for instance Senegal. Comparing Senegal to Sierra Leone is, you cannot. Senegal is far better off than.
They're not the same size.
Okay. Now that's why I'm just giving you clue of different countries. I'm not making it a comparative, comparison. But I'm just trying to give you a little. Take for instance Cameroon. Right. Take for instance Cameroon and probably Liberia or Cameroon and other English or Malawi or Cameroon and
maybe Gambia currency to like Dalasi to the because Dalasi is what they use in Gambia to let me say Benin Republic, which is a small country.
Even Benin Republic right now is far. I've seen infrastructural development in Benin Republic. The new president that they have, I think it's far better off than the Gambia.
Is that because of the currency, or is it because they have oil and other mineral resources that have been well managed?
It's not because of the currency. It's because of the people that you have in place. A guy that comes in power. That's what I'm saying.
So therefore, it's not to do with the currency then.
It's nothing to do with the currency. So when they say, "Oh, your currency is in this,"
carry on. Carry on.
Exactly. When you say I have my own currency, I do this. It's not. Your currency can be somewhere, but being a currency that is, you say, have a reserve bank in France, right? It makes it stable. Most African currencies are not stable. That's why you see
Yeah,
Nigerian currency today is doing.
yeah, that's actually a really great point. Let's go to Akuku, and just before you
No,
go,
I mean.
all right,
you
okay,
listen.
Kidola, hang on, hang on.
I
Yeah,
went to
one
change.
second. Let's Kidola go
Sorry,
first. Yeah,
man.
go ahead.
Every evening I change it to my solar, man. Judah, you see, that does not mean the French peg you put money to the euro because they have a lot of investment in your country and they don't want your country to go bankrupt. So most Francophone countries have a limit of spending also. So they're not really dependent in their own currency or in their own spending. So everything is being controlled by the French. How you spend, how much you spend, how much you're allowed to borrow. That's why most Francophone country doesn't do business with like China or India. So it's French first. When French refuse, then you can come with a very little, small investment, tiny investment from China, very tiny, not so big. So the French control everything. What most Francophone countries are running out. So most of these, what you call English-speaking countries, they are far more independent. Only they are very, very corrupt, notoriously corrupt. You know, so you have to also be who is in power. How is this economy is being, it's being managed? Kenya and Uganda, whatever, Rwanda, these are like handout countries. These are countries whereby with little influence, external influence, they can flip against each other, snitch against each other. They're not really stable. So joining economical union together, will it make a change? No. Uganda is not so rich. The resources they have is a little bit limited. Kenya is like, okay, far more better than Uganda, but it's also dependent on some kind of influence from the United States also, or from the British also. So you can be, look, you can never be what do you call economical independence if you're not political independent. You can see what happened in South Africa. The blacks are politically independent, but they're not in economical wise independent. So it will not work. Somalia joining. Somalia is almost like a terrorist state.
Oh my God.
It's not going to work like that.
Okay. So let me ask you a question then. Okay, so I agree with you. We're not going to get full independence, whether economic or political or anything. However, where are we drawing the lines? Are we looking for full independence, or are we looking towards pathways towards independence? What do you think?
Look, like the problem you see, the same problem all African countries are having, the same problem East Africa countries are also having also. For you to be totally dependent, right? You have to reduce the salary of your let me just, that's the problem Nigeria is having now. Nigeria high salary of workers by Obasanjo time, right? Or because you wanted to run for a third time. You wanted to be kind of like want to sneak in it from the back door. People that was earning about 5,000 naira way back in 1997, 1996, Obasanjo took those salaries to the people that we talk about master degrees. I'm telling you about now. Obasanjo jumped those salary to about 200,000 or something like that. So you have to say a primary school teacher, and a primary school teacher was earning about 1,000 plus 2,000 naira. Then the money was very, very strong. You talk about 50 naira, man, you can do a lot with it. So when I was in university, just imagine when I was in university, I was eating about 10 naira as a meal, sit down as a meal, just as a lunch or breakfast, 10 naira, right? But just guess what? 10 naira is nothing. So he jumped the salary up very high. What happened? The economy started sinking slowly. So that's what you see in Nigeria. It didn't start now, but it started in Obasanjo time. So for Kenya to be totally economically independent, political, all this jumbo salary that most of these their governors are earning, they will reduce it. Then they should depend on themselves slowly in terms of everything, marketing and everything. Whatever comes in is what they have. You understand me? Not by somebody call, oh, do you want help? I can sneak you. I can give you $300 million. Or yes, I can. I will talk to IMF. I can borrow you $2,000 billion. What happened to Ghana? Ghana was just borrowing money by selling the other country, to get all this favor. Mm-hmm. Then they get broke. These people are very, very corrupt. So what we need is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me end up.
Let him land and then you go ahead.
So what we need is totally economical and political independent. That's just all. Zimbabwe didn't get nothing from South Africa. It was being sanctioned. South Africa never really do good business with Zimbabwe for the economy to get power, to get bullets on it. What they do, they were just slowly doing petty business that did do nothing. That just all.
Okay, shout out to you and thank you very much for your entry. I will come back to you a little bit. So, Kuku, Nyaje and Dugu, Ukwaje.
Yeah, hello, how you doing, mate? You're all right? Yeah. Shout out to the guy. Sorry, bro, I lost half of the thoughts of what you said. And yeah, bro, like I've been listening into TikTok recently, and I've come across a lot of Somalis saying that, this current prime minister or president, as they call it, yeah.
Well, the Hawaii guy.
Us out. Hawaii, bro, this thief, this thieving.
Okay.
And American citizen, from America, yeah. Somali people have been saying this for a long time, I have even warned them, before the election. I said this guy was a president before this. He lost the election to Farmajo. Then he comes back. It don't make sense. You have to understand this, Prof. Yeah, Kenya and so-called countries like Kenya and these countries are full of backed up allies by America. If America tell Kenya jump, Kenya will say how high. You cannot trust Kenya and Somalia. Let's be honest, Kaizo. Right now, look what look what Uhuru Kenyatta is doing. No, Uhuru Kenyatta done. William Ruto is doing. They're literally selling our democracy and our self-sovereignty to America. And what is up, America? Imagine this, Somalia is the only nation in Africa, yeah, where you have a fully geared military person in the mine, digging out of the mine. You know what I'm saying? Where have you ever seen a France military trooper, American Navy, a British fucking this and that? Military personnel are in Somalia in the mines. You've never seen that, And this is where the problem is, So as soon as, like I've said to many people, the funniest part is as soon as this president became president, America signed an agreement in Somalia. We have a military base in Somalia. So you must understand this, bro. Like now with Killian, now, bro, like how are we going to develop us as a nation when now we have to start paying East African tax, or we have to think as a unit and, as a federation or whatever you call it. We cannot afford to do this. Maybe in the next 50 years, we might consider this. But right now, bro, it's like you know what I'm saying, bro? It's like a kid who start walking. You cannot say to them, you know what, join this gang. You know what I'm saying? Everything you bring, you have to bring to this group. We have to eat. We don't see your money. You know what I'm saying? We don't see your proceeds of your tax money, to Kenya coming in, building schools, building stadium, this and that. Imagine now you will have Somali taxpayers' money going into Kenya economy. That wouldn't make sense, right? Which is already happened already, with so many Somali people investing into it have boomed up Kenya, right? So yeah, I think that's the problem is we cannot afford to use Somali money into a nation, as a federation. We cannot start thinking as a group at the moment. We can't afford to do that, bro. We so much.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Wolalo. Right, you made an interesting point, and the point is like, okay, Somalia is just right now beginning to walk, right, and they can't run yet. So if right now it looks like they're running into corruption, money laundering as well. So someone made an interesting point, and this is actually okay. This is just my opinion, but anyways, someone did say that Kenya is one of the biggest money laundering countries. But guys, I won't say that that's a bad thing, right? Many countries in the world, Cayman Islands, Ireland, all these are money laundering countries, right? Why? Because they make it easy for businesses to thrive, whether so-called legit or illegit. Yeah, Kenya would not have grown as much, especially Nairobi, without the Somali parrot money, right? And that money had to go somewhere. So I believe that's Pan-Africanism, right? But I will say this, Akuku, or Asgei, or whatever you call it yourself, or is it Abdi? Right? It's probably Abdi, man. But anyways, Abdi, right? The point here is, what about the people in Kenya right now, right? So this means that Somalis in Kenya will not be threatened anymore, because now, legally speaking, they'll actually be allowed to be in Kenya without a visa. Because people don't realize what this means. This means every Somali who's in Kenya is legally allowed to be there. You no longer need a visa or pay off the police or anything. So what about the local domestic Somalis in East Africa, in Uganda, in Rwanda, and in Kenya and Tanzania doing business? That means they're all legalized right now. They just got to get the official.
All legalized, yes,
document.
But there's no more letter kitabalisho on that in Italy. That's a great news. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, is that the case though?
The police. But hold on,
yes.
What we fear as Somali people, and you do hear this a lot. We have heard this a lot of time from the Kenyan people. It's like you guys are like, you're sex hungry, bro. You're sex driven to want to get with a Somali woman, So my problem is now when you have access into Somalia,
Oh,
you're
so
gonna
you're
go in
jealous
there
of Big
on
Bad
some
Bantus
no,
creating Mohammed
no,
Kikuyu
no.
the third. Are you afraid, Warrior, that they're gonna create
No,
Mohammed
afraid,
Kikuyu
right?
the third?
I'm scared of that. These, Kenyan people start opening pubs in Somalia, drinking and trying to think, Somali women are like prostitutes in Kenya. You want to fuck every woman. You know how Kenyan are. They're the biggest drinker. Kenyan people on the weekend, they will drink the alcohol. Any woman they see, they want to get with. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what do they say, Kaizo? Chips ya kufunga. Take away chips. You know what I'm saying?
Lakini
Yeah, tabia. We don't want
tunajua
to hear tabia. Don't come with that tabia to us.
lakini
Opening up.
tunajua asketi tunajua
Tosca. Don't bring. We don't want Tosca in Kenya. We don't want Tosca in Kenya.
wasichana wa Somalia already wanapenda pesa. Sasa hao
Yeah, ni kweli.
ile kitu yao kwa au majerezi wanaingianga sana. Pesa tu ndio inaongea huku Kenya. Unajua?
Okay, my problem, I'm just going to have a point, very short point. How is Kenya going to deal with Al-Shabaab and the so-called American that said they're coming to Somalia in the name of fighting terrorism, no? You Kenya have been fighting terrorism. It doesn't look like that at the moment. It looks like you guys are funding terrorism and you're playing Counter-Strike with each other, You fund the other side, so it gives you a reason to stay there. And bro, this is what some of the tactics we have seen all over America, America, how many military soldiers have they created, We don't want to start mentioning people, such as Ice Cream, and I don't want to say the full name. All of these people, the Taliban, they have done this, You have to understand this, Prof. Yeah, how can you have and like 200 Land Cruiser brand new from the dealership into Somalia in the hands of pirates or Al-Shabaab members? It don't make sense. That purchase has to be done with a credit card, right? It has to be delivered from abroad, right? Where is this leverage coming from?
Yeah,
right,
but we
bro?
do know that
Well, we know you Kenyan, you number one corrupt. You know what I'm saying? You do anything for a bit of money. So,
Yeah, but we do know, okay. So the Kenyan banks, they're not giving information, but we do know that these companies have actual banks operating from UAE. So if Kenya's involved, fair enough. But we do know that UAE is definitely involved.
So you're telling me a country like Somalia, they would send a whole shipping container full of 200 cars, Land Cruiser, yeah? It doesn't work like that, Kaiser. These cars will be delivered into Kenya, and from Kenya will probably be driven into Somalia through the Somalia border.
No, you're right. You're right. It is delivered through obviously Kenya. You're right. That's a good point. So the issue is corruption.
Nobody's asking each other. No, hold on. Nobody's asking Kenya Revenue Authority revenue. Nobody and Basha Island, when they see a ship full of cars, a ship full of cars, yeah, destined to Somalia. Nobody cares. Yeah, it's in Somalia. Who's got that money? Where's that check come from? What kind of account detail? Nobody. I thought Kenya are fighting terrorism. So that's my question, bro. Yeah, that's why I lie with this. Kenyans, you have proven to yourself you one of the most corrupt people on the planet, and sooner or later nobody's gonna trust what you say. Yeah. You're in our country, been in our country trying to fight terrorism since 2014. What have you done, bruv? Somali people have defeated this Al-Shabaab by themselves, to be honest. Huh?
Okay, so if okay, shout out to you. We'll come back to you in a second.
Sorry, man.
Okay, yeah, it's a good addition.
Bring it like it's hot.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your thoughts on what Kidola and the brother just said right now?
What the brother just said, I mean, he got more depth into it. It sounded like it, so it was a good thing that he came on because I think it made more sense. But the reality is, as you said earlier, under this agreement, is it like the ECOWAS where, you have the similar passports and...
So there's a passport called the East African passport that gives you free visa-free access to any. So last time I went to Rwanda, for example, I didn't need to use a visa or anything. You just go on the plane. You can just walk through the borders. So there is an actual passport. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, they already integrated it. And since Somalia has just joined now, within the next year or so, they'll have actually an East African passport. So it says East African passport, then it says Kenya or whatever it is on it. But yeah, it gives you, real free visa-free access to these countries. So you don't have to worry about being deported or people coming to you, and especially Somalis on the ground, because what happens in Kenya, the police are so corrupt and they're always looking for a quick change. So Somalis are a good target, or Nigerians, right? To harass. Somalis are easier to harass because they know where they live, and obviously they even look different than some other people even more so because of the way they dress, even just whatever other reasons. Nigerians, you can always tell Nigerians too. So these are some of the people who get oppressed by the police. Them joining means the police can no longer start harassing warriors anymore.
Why do Nigerians get targeted everywhere they go?
Because they got money, man. These niggas out here got money, man. And also a lot of them do illegal businesses. So the police will just kind of be like, bro, I'm not gonna dig deeper. Just give me the money.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, no, I mean the only problem is Kaiser is that that what he said about the American influence in Kenya, which is very true. You know, and Somalia is not, you know, they're not friend of the West at all, is it? So, you know, it's gonna be in the long term. I think it's gonna be a little problem there, you know, between their foreign policies. But then it shouldn't matter because at the moment we have what they call ECOWAS in West Africa. We have some countries that are actually pro-West, and some of them are with Russia. So maybe that might help, you know, understand how things might play out in the future. But I think, yeah, you want to interject?
Oh, Finny, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Al. You know, when you're done.
No, yeah. So it's I think it's a good thing. There's always pros and cons and everything, isn't it? You know what I mean? You don't expect the whole package to be nice. You know, there's some bits in there that's not going to be nice for Somalia and the other countries that just join in. Mainly, I was here for the Salon show. If we can run it after this, anyway, Kaiser.
Oh yes, we're probably gonna talk about what happened in Sierra Leone. But Kaiser, let me just interject a little bit and
Juju, right? Juju master.
Yeah, what's up, man? He made a statement that, you know, with the open border, a lot of Kenyans will move into Somalia, and maybe because Somalia is a conservative society where they are conserving, you know, that culture where, you know, they don't do a lot of things, they don't drink in public. Now with the open border, Kenyans, you know, with that lifestyle that they have, they're gonna come into Somalia free, and they are gonna expose most of the Somalian, you know, people into a different kind of culture that they are not used to. Now, these are the problems that comes with all these things, and in fact, I mean, if you have an integration, things like this are gonna happen. But don't, in the same time, do not also. I mean, there's also a problem of your people going into Kenyans and other countries as well, right? That are also, you know, involved in all this crime and stuff that are gonna, you know, cause problem in different countries. I'll take you back to Cameroon, right? With the integration that we had with Chad, Central African Republic, Congo, Gabon, Equator. Look, Cameroon is facing a bigger problem because Central African Republic have never been stable. All people living Central African Republic and even Chad are coming into Cameroon in their mass numbers. If you go at the border between Cameroon and Chad and Cameroon and Central African Republic, all those towns that are closer, they are all camping ground for all these refugees that fled these countries. They have never gone back. They don't want to go back. They don't believe going back to where they come from. So the whole that area in Cameroon is porous, and that is a big issue where you have countries that are not stable to join a union. Now there's that open border and stuff, so everyone has access to come in, and that is one of the problems that Equatorial Guinea, as we speak today, shut down their border for all Central African countries. You know, they believe that they are far better off than these countries, despite the fact that they are in the same union. They have never opened their border. They shut down their border at will because they say people are coming into their countries. They don't want people to come in. They are building an economy, and they believe that with people flaunting into their border, you know, it's going to cause problems. At one point in time, they wanted to build a border wall between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. You know, right? I mean, they are in the same integration, yet they want to build some kind of wall, do not want people. And if you go into other West African countries, they also have this problem of maybe majority Nigerians flaunting into other countries that are actually doing well, and, you know, exponentially taking part of their economy. We saw what happened. Let me finish. Let me finish. Look, when I let me finish. Let me finish. When I speak, I give you a clue of all the blocks that we have in Africa. You have the same thing that happened in Zimbabwe, South Africa. You have it in Ghana, Nigeria, and other countries. You have it between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. You probably have it in the East African bloc. You probably have it in North African bloc. So these are the problems that African countries face, if you ask me. So for me, let me finish. For me, let me finish now. Let me drop the mic. For me, it would be more easier. It would be more easier for countries to solve problems first. You know, be at a certain standard before they join a bloc. Because if it doesn't happen like this, it's gonna cause confusion between both countries. Most countries are gonna become a dumping ground for other countries in this African bloc, or they are gonna be a babysitter for other countries. Which is not acceptable.
Just one second. Let me just interject.
Our ocean.
Guys,
they're not getting our
calm
ocean.
down. Yeah. So Judah, when the EU was trying to expand the European Union, that's the same language the Europeans were using. You know, even in the UK before the expansion, right? They was like, oh, we're gonna get poor. You know, all these people gonna come in and take all our jobs. You know, we need to, limit the expansion and stuff like that. But today, the European Union, I don't know if it's not the second or the biggest single market in the world. So when things like this start, there's so many questions. There's so many obstacles. But eventually, if everyone, all the political leaders, they have the will to do it and implement the policies.
Did you ask yourself why UK? Did you ask yourself why UK left the union? Because UK was getting more problems into it. More the people that were coming into the European Union were instead going to the UK. It's the same like in the East African bloc. Most people that are joining the East African bloc are instead going more into Kenya. It's Kenya that is feeling the pinch. It's South Africa that is feeling the pinch. It's Ghana that is feeling. I'm telling you, the countries that are actually doing well in most of these blocks. These are the countries that feel more the pinch.
Judah, do you know since England left the EU, the UK, since we left the EU, our economy has gone smaller. Yeah, the economy has gone smaller. People are paying the price for it. Do you understand?
But we are finished. We're finished in the UK. We are done right now.
So you understand? You see, if you don't understand what political will is, when it comes to economy, it's all about the stuff like that. When you're expanding, it's all about implementation. If you can do it the right time and the right way, in the long term, there will be short-term pain, long-term gain.
Now you just gave me advantages of disadvantage of what you guys are feeling in the UK, but I can also give you advantage, right? That's why the UK have never. That's why the UK have never regretted leaving the European Union, because
you don't know, Judah.
They will have joined back. But let me tell you the advantages that they have.
What do you mean you cannot just?
Let me give you the advantages that they. I will not give you the advantages. Let's focus on Africa, right? That was just an example, but they have benefited more from from quitting the European Union, because one, it has reduced the number of people coming into their country. Now they are being accountable. They actually know the number of people that are coming in. Now, I mean, you cannot tell me
before they left the EU. Right now, so stop. There, right there. You was on track earlier. What you was talking about, the way you narrated things, you was on track. But right now you're lost. I think you go back.
You might lose, but what I'm saying is, it's bigger economies in Africa.
Calm down, bro.
It's big. Let me finish. It's bigger economies in Africa that are feeling the pinch when it comes to all these blocks. That was just my point. Kenya, we feel the pinch. South Africa, we face it. You go to Cameroon, you go to Ghana. Most of these countries are feeling the pinch because now people are flaunting into their country with nothing to give on about. We are all poor countries as well. You cannot compare European Union to African countries. We live in a dependability community.
Bro. I think you are describing. Just say something. I hear you today.
Yeah, I think you're describing a short-term pain. You're describing a short-term pain, Judah, which I understand that will happen. But over the years to come, you know, if people make these sacrifices, you know, you will see the payoff. My brother, yeah, you can interject because you were going to comment.
Yeah, but first of all, I had a little point to make with you. First of all, I don't know if you watched the news recently, you know, with the Greek Prime Minister coming over to UK, talking about, you know, and give us back our artifacts from the British Museum. I don't know if you watched the news recently. And the Prime Minister of the UK, this Asian guy, has he didn't go. Basically, he didn't turn up for the meeting. So yeah, basically, keep it short. Greece, they want some of the artifacts back. But the Prime Minister said, you know, he cancelled the meeting because he said Britain believe that it's a law made that Britain have the right to store all the world's artifacts.
Judah, it's easy for people to take a swap at Nigeria, right? If Cameroon is so doing well, why Cameroon are also running around like Nigeria is also to all the desert and other places? If Ghana is so doing well, why are they running also everywhere?
My point, brother, I didn't even finish my point, bro.
Hold on, because it's easy. Because
finish, brother, finish.
Hold on. When you talk about why they chasing Nigeria and Kenya, the other guy said you mentioned why they chasing Nigeria and Kenya. Nigeria have no business, or if you like a hit on Nigeria, nothing.
But you said something very stupid. You called all Somali people terrorists. That's what you said, right?
No, because it's
I
easy
had to hold myself. Why if I start talking about your whole race? I said, you know what? You're the reason for colonization and slavery.
That's what they call low IQ.
Low IQ, my friend.
This idiot guy that his country is about 2 square meters.
What are you talking about?
That they want to even drive their president. But terrorist people that come here to make noise out of this.
I'll be coming for you next. I will be coming for you next.
You said what Serelu have no shit. Serelu have no shit. Can I even got bread? Your country got Serelu have even got bread. You live as a refugee in London. You live as a refugee in London. You want to hit that Nigeria. Shut the fuck up. If your Serelu has no bread to buy, it's Serelu. Your country is a what? It's all full of forest. There's no development. There's no farm.
I'm not gonna be like him, yeah. I'm not gonna be like him. You see,
also,
I found it funny, yeah.
Come and talk about Nigeria. Come and talk about Nigeria. Food. It's all food. You're fucking old food. Your country is full of old buildings. There's no skyscrapers in your country. Your country is like a backward country. Come and be talking nonsense out of your mouth. What do you have in Serelu? What do you have in Serelu? A backward country, a farmland. Your country is like a farmland. Your country is like a farmland.
Sierra Leone is richer than Nigeria.
Your country is like a farmland. Your country is like a farmland. Your country is like a farmland. Bastard. Your refugees, slave. What do you have in your country? What do you have in your country?
Let me tell him what he has. Let me tell him what Sierra Leone have. What do you have?
We educate.
Since the guy has to do it like this, let's overtalk him, yeah. So since the guy said, let's talk about what Sierra Leone have. Let's compare. Come on, man. Bro, what do you mean they have nothing? They have way more than you. All you have is oil. Sierra Leone, they have oil. They have all the minerals on the world. Every mineral.
My village is
Sierra Leone, they have oil as well.
My village is
what do you have, man? What do you Nigerian have? You have 200 million starving people. Hungry people. 200 million, bro. It's not a joke.
Go to Sierra Leone and show me skyscrapers there. Go to Sierra Leone and show me a skyscraper in Sierra Leone. Go to Sierra Leone and show me a skyscraper in Sierra Leone. There's no one skyscraper in Sierra Leone. It's a backward country. It's a rural country. It's a poor country. It's a poor country. There's nothing there.
The guy talks about. Hold on. The guy talks about, and you immigrant, yeah. Nigerian people come here at 40 years old. They say they're 26. They will say they're 15 years old.
Show me Sierra Leone TV.
That's pedophilia, my friend. This is pedophilia. How do you come to this country as 30 years old and you say you're only 16? How you come here? Frosta, man. You come here, you say you're 16. And you're 36. 36 years old. Going back to high school. How does that make sense? 36 years old. going back to high school.
You know, go back.
That's for Nigeria, you know.
And build your country. Leave England. Go back to your country and build your country. You
Brother,
idiot.
the age that
Come be talking nonsense out of his mouth here. Show me this guy's paper in Sierra Leone. All buildings, top country, nothing to show up. You know, two guys wanted to take over your country, drive your president. You for run to Black America by giving them passports so that they can help you to build your country. No shit in your country. Even Black Americans are not even building it. After Black America receive the passport, they're not coming back. Because your country is nothing there. All is forest. Nothing. Come here, be talking nonsense out of his mouth. If you're jealous of Nigeria, lick your ass. Bastard, you know, the Indian man is coming to take his house rented from you. This not today again. Bastard. Okay, when they just take Nigeria, what is his Sierra Leone? What is his Sierra Leone, bastard? Come here, be talking about Sierra Leone, backward country. If not Nigeria, Sierra Leone would have been dissolved long time. It come here, be talking about Sierra Leone. I've seen Sierra Leone backward, but even my inner village are more better than the whole, even the capital. Freetown, not in India.
That's more poverty in Nigeria. That's more poverty in Nigeria. That's more poor people in Nigeria than Sierra Leone. That is 180 million poor people in Nigeria.
Stop your mouth there. You forgot nothing. You know, let me face this idiot, this fool. Let me be talking nonsense out of his mouth. Caterpillar, Nigeria Caterpillar was not even able to revise this.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
You have nothing. Your country have nothing. You are the one who have big mouth. If your country has something that can listen to you, go to Sierra Leone. Nigeria that bands there.
Nigeria are only known for slavery and colonization. That's what you're known for. You bring the white man and you sell your own people. That's what Nigeria is known for. You sell your own people and you bring the white man.
You have is run by Nigeria. Nonsense.
Nigeria, you're selling your own people. The whole world knows this, man. Even the white man, they say we don't want to pay reparation because of you guys. You're selling your own people, man. That's what you know.
What your country have?
Hey, jungle African. Relax.
No slavery, man. No slavery.
Relax. Let's be civil. The talk isn't about Nigeria. Relax. Let's talk about EAC in Somalia. Come on, y'all. Let's
back to what I've said. Yeah, bro, that's why I'm here.
An attention span. That's the problem.
Now hold on, man. You're American. Don't come here with that. Hold on. So I'm saying, that's my main point. That's why I'm here. You know, back to it because there's the brother from Nigeria. He turned and the Nigerian people do this all the time. They turn the whole thing, the talking point to Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? They think the whole of Africa belongs to Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? That thing we have to lay carpet. Brother, you ain't shit. We don't watch Nollywood. We don't care about Nollywood, man. I don't care about Burna Boy. Nobody listen to Burna Boy, man. Fuck Burna Boy, man.
It's all jealous.
Talking about, man.
Fuck
you, man. We don't listen to Burna Boy.
Let me finish this fool, yes. This bastard I'm going to offer. He move everywhere. He lies.
Relax, Olga. Please.
Even Somali that are
war. Man. Brother, you know what this guy said? This low IQ Nigerian, he said, all Somali people are terrorists. He said we all terrorists. That's what I'm saying.
The box is
all Somalis are terrorists.
You're going to be making noise out of this place.
Brother, you used to carry water on your head, man, from the river, man. What are you talking about?
It's not Nigeria. It's not Nigeria already back of Sierra Leone. What does Sierra Leone have?
You drink river water, man.
No, sir. Somebody be talking nonsense.
What are you talking about, man? You drink water from the river. You can't tell me shit, man.
Who is ready plane? Who is ready helicopter for Sierra Leone able to move? Nigeria.
Nigeria. Who gives a fuck about Nigeria, man? Always Nigeria, man.
Nigeria is Sierra Leone. Backward bastard. You know, country that transfer people around. Idiot. Come here because you know it's out of your mouth. Rural country.
Nigeria.
No job, not nothing to show for it. You know, go back to
Chichimana style. Chichimana style.
You know, as a
Chichimana style.
Idiot, bastard.
It's Nigerian.
Kid Ola.
Idiot.
Kid Ola.
He's a bombardier fool.
Kid Ola.
Chile Kame. Go and shout at them.
Shut your mouth. You cannot defeat Nigeria. Nigeria will always defeat you.
My friend, go.
Hey, Al.
We defeat Nigeria, man.
Don't make this more chaotic. This
but he started this, bro. This fool, this illegal and American, refugee, what's it called? And these Nigerians, they come to the UK, they say they're 16 years old when they're 46. They want to go back and touch little school children, Pedophile, man. They want to go and fucking study with kids.
What do Mafia and Ma? What do they? Relax. Yeah, relax, everybody. Let's get back to
the point, man. What I was saying, because this guy body. Don't mention, let's not start this again. What I'm saying, bro, Somalia doesn't have the leg to be joining some federation or unit, like people were talking about earlier. Right now, bro, if these other so-called other East African countries were talking here and cared about us, the whole world pay a maritime law, When a ship passes your country, they have to pay a certain time of tax, right? Somalia, more than 60% of the world trade, go past Somalia. Any ships coming from Europe, going to Asia, going through the Somalia, the Red Sea, back again. But because they call us a nation with no government, nobody bothers, my friend, to pay our tax. In fact, people are there. You see, these not Kenya and Tanzania, these people, nobody cared when the Western world was polluting our water with nuclear and waste, nobody cared. But right now, when let's join ally, we're gonna do this for Africa. You guys don't even care about Africa. Look at Kagame, that so-called Pan-African leader, right now has signed an agreement with Britain to bring illegal migrants over. Bro, we saying who can we trust at the moment? Kenya, we can certainly not trust Kenya at the moment because we know how it is. When the king came to Kenya, King Charles, you lay a red carpet. You know what I'm saying? In fact, and the guy you accept a fake apology of him saying my people killed your Mau people. This is what we're dealing with, bro. And then man, this is what we're dealing with. And we know. Last point. We know. My last point. 2 second point. If you don't understand, my point. Ethiopia. Now I just want to say Ethiopia. Ethiopia has hated Somalia for the last how many years? We know this. So we cannot trust.
Okay.
Nobody.
Let me just make this.
I'm sorry for using that word, man. I wanted to talk on stage.
Yeah, man. Don't do that, man.
I'm very sorry, bro.
No problem, man.
Yeah, I didn't want to use
that. No, that's it, bro. And I apologize, bro. You know what it is? Yeah, go on, man. It's not a problem, bro. I just see it as in the West. This is the West. They turn us against each other. You country are like this. Nigerians are like this. Even me myself, I end up saying something about Nigeria, and it's something the West has taught us. Somali people are known for this. Nigerian people are known for selling their own people. That's what they have taught us. But we need to stop doing that, bro. We need to stop doing that. That's what I'm saying.
You made an interesting point that I'm gonna expand on that point. You made a point that Rwanda is bringing in immigrants from the UK, and this is a bigger issue because when you form
it's the biggest issue. Yeah.
Let me finish. When you form a bloc, decisions that you take as a country, it does not align with you anymore. You have to contact your bloc because when these immigrants come in, most of them are not only going to stay in Rwanda. Can someone mute? No. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of background noise or something. When you have immigrants coming into Rwanda, at some point in time, most of them are going to move into Kenya and other neighboring countries. And we all saw this in Ghana. When Ghana called for the year of return and most blacks or African Americans were coming into Ghana, right? The money that Ghana was making out of these immigrants, Ghana was benefiting a lot from these immigrants. But when
somebody's making noise, man.
Ghana, let me finish. When the African Americans come into Ghana, somehow they now move into other countries because they have gotten Ghanaian or Sierra Leone citizenship. Now they have spent most of their money into these countries. Now when they move into other countries, these countries do not benefit. They move into Benin Republic, into Togo. These countries do not benefit, but the countries that benefit more is Ghana and maybe Sierra Leone. Now that is a bigger issue because you receive these people, you have taken most of their resources. Now they want to move into other countries, but they are not going back to their country.
That's a fact, brother. Thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, one second. Let's
that guy, he's very important point, man.
The question, Dr. R, what's good? Welcome to the panel. Somalia has officially joined EAC. What's your thoughts around it? And then we'll go around again.
Mixed. My thoughts are mixed.
Okay, so do you think it's better economically, at least, for the nation?
Well, to be honest, I don't like the idea of the EU, and I'm not a fan of the bloc if it's economical. And the country was not even ready to join such unions, let alone any other unions, without going through a long process.
Okay,
I'm gonna speak about the economic part in a minute, but I'm gonna pass the mic on.
Okay. So shout out anyway. So I wanted to get some commentary from the Somalis like Askei and Dr. R first. And both of them have mixed. I think Askei's pretending to be negative, but he's a Kenyan, so you can't trust him. He's a Kenyan.
bro. Right? It's not that, man. What I'm saying, bro, I'm just making it short. You Kenyan, what have you actually done since 2014 being into Somalia?
Okay.
So right now, brother, no, I'm saying we cannot start paying our tax money. We need our money to build our own nation. We cannot start paying for the whole of Kenya.
Yeah, but you know, you get like when you
and the most important point, brother. Sorry to interrupt, because I don't want to forget this. Now, since these refugees are coming into Rwanda, they can go anywhere they want now. They're gonna get straight away stationed, and they're gonna get stationed and citizenship of Rwanda, right? They're gonna have that travel document, whatever. That passport, they can go into Kenya. They're gonna be a buffer class, brother. Remember, these people are gonna be buffer class. They're gonna be buffer class. The African are gonna be lower class. This is just tactics to keep you down.
Yeah, let me clarify what you just said. So basically, guys, a history here, right? The UK government has been trying to kick any refugee or asylum seeker into Rwanda automatically. You arrive, you get shipped to Rwanda. However, the British court said, hey, hang on, this is wrong. Rwanda is not a safe place. So what the British government is doing now is they're guaranteeing that these people they're going to get Rwandese residence permit, meaning to make Rwanda a safe place basically means Britain and Rwanda are doing a deal right now. So that means once they send these people to Rwanda, they will get Rwandese permanent residency. They will not be aliens in Rwanda. So what Askei is saying right now has a point to it. Guys, he's not wrong. With the permanent residence permit, you will have access to all the East African community countries. So we're talking about Iranians, Turkish. We're talking about anyone's who's criminal or not criminal, because we don't know a lot of these men are. So that's an interesting point, Askei. You're not wrong, actually. I'll give you that, right?
And that was the point that I expanded, because now Rwanda is benefiting more from this program, but the East African bloc is not benefiting. And that's the same thing that Ghana was benefiting more, and Sierra Leone, for more of these African Americans coming in than the West African bloc, because they spend money they spend money on the visa arrival, they spend money on the passport, and then all of that they want to move to these other countries that they are not, and I saw that problem when Wodemaya was moving with African Americans into Togo to go and exploit all these statues that they have. And these African Americans were complaining that Togo is not letting them in because they have a West African passport. But they gain this passport in Ghana. They spend all the money in Ghana. How is Togo gonna benefit from you that you just want to enter the border freely? I mean, come on. Togo is a country. They have to also take payment from whosoever is coming into their country. Now, because other countries are getting more people coming in, they kind of lost. They don't have that access to get. So it's a problem. So for things like this, all the bloc has to discuss who is coming into their union. If Rwanda or Ghana wasn't part of this union, that would have been good. But when you are in union with other people, things that you do will also affect them as well. You have to talk to them, share the same wealth that you get, so everybody is comfortable. And that's my point.
Julia, policies, implementation and policies. It all depends on what the bloc policies are. It all depends on what they agree on. I totally understand, your fear, in basically one country taking the advantage of the whole situation in the expense of the other country. But the small, if you want to move, if you're looking at a bigger picture, if you want to move forward, those smaller little things should not be the reason why, that shouldn't stop you moving forward. In life, if you want, and that's why normal people don't make money, as we always say, is people that always take the risk, right? So that's to put that aside. However, in terms of Ghana, I understand African American migrant are totally different migrant, because these are African descendants returning home to their ancestral land, either via tourism or trying to invest or settlement. It could be different, right? So if you split it into different category, you can understand they're not economic migrants, and the risk that they will pose to these nations, are not at, it's not as bad as, for example, those, for example, Rwanda per se, the Rwandan deal that they actually you mentioned earlier, or the East African brother, is more concerning than what you just mentioned in terms of Ghana. Because the people that are going to Ghana, they're more vetted. Possibly they come into the ancestral home to someone that's been an immigrant from the Middle East, let's say Afghanistan, Syria, all this, war jihadi zone, coming to East Africa, to be a buffer class or assimilating the population. Then we have Congo, not far from Rwanda, where we have a lot of conflict. Can you imagine these guys have a different intention? Because we have had few, undercover Islamic State or terrorists that came into the UK or Europe and done havoc, right? Imagine these guys disappear with their knowledge into a forest, in Congo, for example. So I think the one in East Africa, the Rwandan deal, definitely will overshadow, some of the goodness. But I think if the East African bloc is stronger than Rwanda, they might be able to push for it to be stopped. Because I don't think it's really patriotic what Kagame is doing at the moment anyway. I think at the moment his behavior is showing he's public enemy number one of Africa.
AI. Sorry to interject, but I want to mention something. I want to mention something that's very important regarding Africa's visa policy. Why is it that Africa is very, very lenient on outsiders and on certain African countries as well, that you could just come to that country without vetting them? Like, I give an example. Like, Rwanda is very lenient, Benin is very lenient, and there's another one that's very lenient, and foreigners could basically take advantage of that country that's got a very lenient visa policy. Like, for example, Ecuador is very lenient. You could come from Africa and they can give you a visa on arrival.
Yes, I mean, well, I think some of it is cultural. So countries that have similar cultures tend to have, easy access, if that makes sense. Like Sierra Leone, for example, we, that where I come from, our passport used to be very, very, very valuable before the war. In fact, Sierra Leone is the country that actually imposed, for example, visa on the UK. That was done by Valentine Strasser when he had the coup d'etat in the late 90s or mid 90s, right? Because he realized there was a lot of white people coming to Freetown pretending to be tourists, but really they was buying diamond in hotels, doing undercover deals and flying out to our resources. And then he obviously introduced that. And then we had a lot of Nigerians that used to come to Sierra Leone, and work, and Ghanaians, they were known to be the guys that do the polish, shoe polishes on the street. No disrespect. They come in and blend in, and put their head down. They get Sierra Leone passport. Because it's visa free. They will use that passport to travel outside, But it wasn't until later on where a lot of, for example, Sierra Leone, Ghanaians and Nigerians were getting arrested from abroad for doing like serious crimes, and they get deported back to Sierra Leone.
The question is, why are African countries lenient? Let me expand that point a little bit.
it's because they think anyone that's coming from a European country or America, they have money to bring, or they have they have
No,
value to
no,
add.
no. It's not only that. He
It's only
said that
the-
Ecuador also is lenient with Africans. Africans go there and they get visa on arrival. Now, it's not that Africans have money, but this is the thing, right?
Sometimes it all depends. It can be
It's
different
right.
reasons.
I wanted to mention. I wanted to
Exactly.
mention that.
The point that I'm trying to make is countries that are building an economy. I mean, most of the time they have an advantage. That's why you cannot have a visa on arrival going to the UK. Why? They have built an economy that is of a standard that they believe that you coming in, you have no use coming in. So even in America is like that. But when America was still growing their economy, they had a lot. Visas were more cheap. I know people back in the days that traveled to America without no visa, just going to America like that. But now, because of the way the economy is now, they have that kind of a visa ban or visa restriction. In most African countries, they do not have that. I mean, the economy is weak. That's why you see Rwanda. What Rwanda is doing is they are actually looking for people to build that economy. So that's why they are chipping in, or they are extending their hands.
Hold on. What about that funding the rebels? Those rebels that's genociding the people in Congo. Rwanda is known for that as well, right? And the so-called Britain as well. They're keeping quiet. So do you think Rwanda government has the right to fund rebels, to go in and genocide people in Congo?
They should stop. I think that's where the East African bloc will come in now, right? If you are a bloc, like for example, ECOWAS, ECOWAS will not stood by and watch another country doing that, because they will actually trying to get involved, even though, lately they're not. I don't know what ECOWAS is up to be honest, what they're there for. But before, they was quite proactive back in the days, and they will get in there trying to sort stuff out. Even for example, in Sierra Leone, we already had ECOWAS over there, just to reassure the situation. As I'm going back to Judah, the passport visa.
But 1 second, just before you go to Judah, it's a very important point. I don't want to forget that. My point is that it feels that like now Rwanda is doing the dirty work for Britain, So basically they're doing all the dirty work, like bringing insurgents, and conquering the right tactics, turning people. Basically, Rwanda has become Britain's dog, and it's like it feels like Britain has accepted some. Because what's funny is, Britain have already sent 200 million. Can't even say this, bruv. Hotels has already been built in Rwanda to house migrants. They haven't even come there. Britain has already paid money up front. It's funny.
Israel, Judah, 1 second. Do you know Israel started doing this years ago? They started to send migrants. This is how dangerous Rwanda is. There was accepting asylum seekers from Israel to Rwanda, and basically what happened is this scheme did not last long, because apparently a lot of these asylum seekers were leaving, at the back door, because they actually had, the way they was treated, for different reasons, they couldn't settle in Rwanda. So Israel canceled the deal. So I hope that will be the case with the new deal with the UK, where they will come to Rwanda and say, you know what, I just want
No, but bro, so this is just a more point. Don't you think that local Rwandese people are gonna do some madness to these refugees? You think local Rwanda are gonna watch a British person, no, somebody, sorry, an Arab person or an Albanian person from Europe come there with money in his pocket, eating well every day, being housed in a nice hotel, while his own people are suffering? You think? You have to remember, this is the so-called country that had a civil war, right? Genocide against his own people, right? So
state,
I think Britain are trying to do this, mate. They want Rwandan people to fight each other again over migrants,
Yo, quick. Let me add something real quick. I haven't talked yet.
Of course.
I don't know if Kaizo's there, but this is a hypothetical, right? Can't they vote on like a temporary moratorium on the free movement of people within the community? Can't that be done until you figure out? Because right now we know that Rwanda's economy is propped up by foreign aid. 70% plus of their GDP is, pretty much, I think, foreign aid.
They don't produce anything. They've got no real financial.
So really, this is the first test that you can put. This can be the first real test of the power of the bloc at the moment, if they can kind of force Rwanda on that issue.
You're making a good point. So right now, basically, the Rwandese government was not going to give them residence permits, right? However, after the British government, the British court system ruled that it's basically Rwanda is an unsafe place to send refugees. The guy Rishi Sunak, right, that Indian, whatever is Kenyan or Ugandan, he stated that he's basically saying, listen, we'll just change the laws. We'll make sure that Rwanda is safe, aka the moment they get there, they get resident permits. So, so that's now the issue. So we now have to be dealing with what the United States government is trying. British government is trying to do here. And yeah, you're right. I think it's a good pressure test, but are we good enough for that pressure test yet, though, Flexed Up? Because here's the thing: Kenya takes someone like there's a lot of Eritreans here, there's a lot of Ethiopians and other kinds of Africans, right? They're all here, but the issue is these people obviously stay with their communities and they don't really commit crime, right? Let's be honest. The Nigerians, but they add to the economy. So even the crime that they commit, they do it on the down low. But when you have a lot of, because again, we might just be bringing what do you call that? Those guys? Is it Iberian? No, not Iberian. Those niggas in East Europe. What's their name? Albanians and stuff, right? Who might start bringing? Yeah, we don't want like actual drug gangster stuff, and the Kenyans really.
Yo, at this point, can't you just throw them in workers' camps? Like, I feel like you guys are thinking too.
No, we can't do that because
and I feel
they
like
came with the European law, my friend. They came in with the European law.
Like, if they're gonna come in and they do something I don't like, I'm throwing them in a workers' camp, and they have to produce more than they consume.
You can't do that, brother, because they already signed an agreement with Britain. Reason even why? No, hold on. I just wanted to understand this. It's a very important point, Britain has signed a paper saying it's unlawful. Women are unlawful. It's kind of dangerous to house migrants there. They're even saying this. Any hints that it might be dangerous for migrants, they will bring them straight back. But it's a lie, right? Yeah. Right now, Rishi Sunak, he's trying to go behind everybody, change the law, and these refugees will never come back. They will never come back, man.
Here's the thing. No, here's the thing, though, right? Like, okay, we got to think, and then Dr. You asked a question or a point, but basically, what we got to be worried about is a class law action suit. So imagine Rwanda is unsafe, or let's say they create somehow these migrants decide to make themselves unsafe by causing trouble so that other people hate on them. Then they can sue the UK government by a class action suit, right? All together and say, hey, look, you brought us here, you got to compensate us, and you got to also take us out. So this whole thing is definitely weird, and Rwanda is doing some crazy stuff right now, man. They're just opening up themselves like worse than Djibouti, man. They're literally the whole of Africa right now, man, and that is dangerous.
I'm trying to see the. Go ahead.
Wait, hang on, let's Dr. Go ahead quickly.
Dr. Kaiser, what do you think of? Do you think visa restrictions should be imposed on certain people from certain regions, certain countries from certain regions, if you're going to go to another region of Africa? And second, what do you think of Kenya Airways making direct flights to Somalia in February next year?
Oh shit! Okay.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
so back in the days, I remember.
I guess I'm going.
But bro, it was already. Hold on. Oh yeah, Kenya Airways. You're right. But before it was Dial Airline, innit? And the Kenya Somalia Airline. You're right.
Yeah, but why did it? I want to know. Yeah, why did it take? Like, there's already like Somali-owned airlines that go from Kenya to Mogadishu every single day, yeah? But Kenya Airways is not in the market for 30 or 40 years.
I tell you, brother, I tell you now, the plan, this East African, what the plan they have for Somalia is they want to turn Somalia into the biggest tourist hub, of East Africa. They're going to scrap all of these things, Kenya, Ethiopia, all of these names, they're going to scrap it, They're going to turn Somalia into like a holiday 5-star resort area, you know what I'm saying?
But
Kenya is gonna be the economic. Kenya is gonna be the economic hub. Ethiopia and Kenya.
I can see the potential in that.
Potential, and this is what there is. But guess who's gonna suffer, brother? The Somali people. We're not gonna have that name called. We're not gonna be Somalis no more. We know we're not long. We're gonna be. They're gonna say we all East African.
We need to wipe them out. Yes.
So basically, we just undermine our own culture and our heritage. We have nothing left.
No, Somalis don't have money to create local cultural institutions to preserve it. Like, come on. Like, I just feel like y'all think too problem oriented.
No.
Y'all are
Joe Biden. Your president, Joe Biden. Ask your president, Joe Biden, why is he in Somalia?
Kaizo, when we speak, right, let's be realistic. We have a guy on the panel who is always talking about they trying to do this, they trying to do this. See, let's be realistic. Let's talk about what we Africans are doing. It's what unfortunate that we are still talking
Exactly.
about them. They doing this, they trying to do that. They're gonna change the name. Who is gonna do that, man? Why are you so myopic and short-sighted? And
We know what you're doing, my friend. You are no, you are no rapist. You're raping Somali women.
Let me finish. And inferior over a group of people. You know, they trying to. Are they your parents? Are they the ones telling you what to do? Come on, man. I mean, you can't be coming on the panel every day and say they're trying to do this. They're doing this. They do what the heck?
But we're seeing this. It's happening already. You haven't done nothing. You have benefit. The whole of Kenya has benefited so much from Somali people that Kenya has become one of the booming economy in Africa. If it wasn't for us, Kenya will be under Uganda. They won't even have they will have less money than Uganda. Same thing in Uganda. But you like to use our money. Now why don't you want us to invest back in our own country? You know what we've done for your country, you know? You know what I'm saying? Why do we have to be part of something? Let's at least give us 60 years, bro, to invest.
You live in the white man's blossom, and at the same time you say they're doing this, they're trying to clean. Move back to Somalia. If you have all the power to do that, move back to your own country.
My friend, are you gonna vote Democrats this year? Democrat. Joe Biden.
Instead of talking about they move back to your country and protect yourself from them. If they were bad, you wouldn't be in their own country. Come on, man.
You coming next?
How many refugees is Rwanda even taking in? Is it even enough for us to really even be making?
Hundreds of thousands, brother. Hundreds of thousands.
Wait, Africans are you not living in the white man's country? Africans not refugees in Europe. So what makes the refugees in Africa a different thing?
The guy lost it, man.
Come on, man.
I feel like there's
Wait, Kaiser, we need your attention. 1 second.
Yeah. Look, guys, Julie has a good point, right? Because we don't even need that to be so much flexed up. You know, technically refugees. The issue is you just need a handful drug kingpins to come to start throwing heroin into the nation.
The only problem that I have is that they have.
I know what you're thinking, Kaiser. You want to turn Somalia into Mombasa, right? Mombasa,
they have to consult the block because they're in the same block. But if Rwanda was not part of that block, I wouldn't have no problem with them bringing in refugees. We have African refugees in Europe. We have African refugees all over the place.
Can I ask a question real quick? I think y'all are thinking about this wrong.
In other countries.
Why are you in America? You are economic migrant. You're not a refugee. You're economic migrant. You left your money, your country because of hunger.
It's a shithole.
But at least we are refugees. We have right to be here. You have no right to be here. You're economic migrant. The white people hate you, man. You come in here to finish their money and get the benefits.
Yo,
I send a link in the back here. That'll be a good start from the next topic, too.
Oh, Nigerian, bro.
Let me ask y'all a question. Niggas, you know? So would these refugees, if let's say Rwanda wasn't a part of the bloc, would these refugees have the ability to get into the surrounding countries? Can't they just bribe?
Yeah. It's a no, brother. Yeah, they can. Yes. Don't let nobody fool you.
The refugees wouldn't have. Let me finish now. If Rwanda wasn't part of the bloc, no, the refugees.
Man.
Yeah, Julie, finish quick and we can go around.
Can someone mute, man? What the hell? This guy live in Europe and his whole mic is all fucked up. Mute, man.
My brother,
come on, man.
We underneath Julie.
Who is that? Is that me? It can't be me, man.
You, man. Shut up, man. What the heck are you doing?
Shut up, man. Brother, you used to carry water from the river.
Relax,
10 years ago, you used to carry water from the river. Don't tell me about it. No refugee.
Because I got a question.
Man, you shut up. You can't be on the panel.
When you remember, you used to fetch water for your mom and dad from the river to take shower and cook food.
Okay, brother. Let Julie finish, please, and then we can move it on. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, go on.
Now, if Rwanda wasn't part of the economic East African community, right? Them having the refugees will have been great because now the refugees that are coming in are aligned only with Rwanda. They are aligned. It means that they are having if they are having a citizenship in Rwanda or they are having a green card from Rwanda, it's only around Rwanda. now because they are now in a community zone where every citizen or every refugee that is coming into any part of that zone have the right to also move into other East African zone. Now, but if they weren't part of that zone, all those refugees will be only in Rwanda. And that is the issue that I have a problem with. But I don't have an issue where the immigrants are, no, I don't have no problem with it, because Africans are also refugees in other people's country, and we are also criminals in other people's country when it comes to refugees. And that is my only issue. Go ahead.
And let me add a question.
We
right?
already we are economically fucked as well. We're economically fucked as well. Don't forget that.
I'm trying to respond to Jude. Real quick, brother, please. So I'd like to challenge Jude's logic a little bit, right? I could assume, like, especially if you're talking about drug kingpins as an example, they can get into the surrounding countries even if Rwanda wasn't a part of EAC, you know? So what I think is potentially the other EAC members have more leverage to deal with Rwanda on that issue, rather than if Rwanda wasn't a part of the EAC, and they could still potentially deal with that issue of having, migrants that are potentially, unsavory.
How is European Union doing against the UK? I mean, UK quit, but how are they doing it? I mean, the union has to protect their border. Didn't you see what Germany did in Poland? They sent
UK is a different situation, right?
Do you think the UK have left the EU? Do you think the UK have left the EU? Hold on. Let me just ask this Judah guy. Do you think the EU, UK have?
If Rwanda wasn't part of that community, the East African bloc will have
There's no major boundary between Rwanda and the other countries around them like that. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. If Rwanda
UK
wasn't
and EU
part
is
of that,
different because they have a physical boundary, the English Channel. So, like,
Channel, you're damn right,
can we
bro.
take in like the material aspects that pretty much are big time factors when it comes to the differences between our problems and EU? Africans like to copy and paste, and you can copy and paste in a lot of instances, but this instance is not necessarily one of them.
We are not pasting. My point that you did not understand is you said if they come into Rwanda, they can still spill into the East African community if they weren't part of it. But it's happening even in the United States. Immigrants coming in and spilling into Canada. It's the same thing. You are the one in that union. You have to protect yourself and maybe send security close to the border. The people that are not in your community. So I mean, even if they spill, you are the one to blame, because you have to build a buffer. A security, build a strong security to protect your own citizens in that community. Spilling is always going to happen, but you have to protect yourself.
So I did say that, but I said the more important point is that these people will come in. Ultimately, they're going to be a buffer class than African citizens. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be a higher class. They have a better education. They have a better understanding. And they're already getting hundreds of thousands from the government. Bro, why don't you let somebody talk, bro?
Class in the UK. You are an
Watch my man, bro. You see this guy, bro, yeah? You see this guy, bro, yeah? He's not here to
do the same
dialogue,
thing in that community. Yeah, you want to stop.
It's personal for him, my friend. This guy is a Illuminati agent, you know?
Oh, are you seeing the white man? Is he seeing the white man?
I was going to bring a very important point, but he just fucked it up halfway, you know? It's a very important point, brother. And now I almost forgot the point. He wants me to forget. This is an agent, bro. Even my point, man. Where was I with the point? I was saying, where was I with the point? Yeah, Rwanda, right? Like I was saying, can't remember because this guy, bro, is going to interrupt again. Yeah, bro. What I was saying, yeah. Come on, bro. Now you fucked it all up, man, Judah.
Because
it was a very important point, but I had a very important point,
Okay.
How can you say that the white?
What was I talking about, bro?
Judah, let's do it this way. You got 1 minute here.
Yeah, brother. I have got the topic now. I've got the point, brother. Just let me. Sorry, I'm gonna finish it. And I'm not gonna go back for it. Why I'm saying these people come in as a buffer class, right? They're already getting funding from the government. They're probably getting what $800 to $900 to $1,000 to $1,200 a month, from the British taxpayers' money, which is gonna be paid in for the next 2 years on a monthly basis, yeah. Already higher class than the local African people, right? So now, what can you do? Let's say, hold on. We are a couple of Syrians and 10 Syrian people. You know what? I'm getting 1,000. You're getting 1,000. 10 people, let's put our money together. We're going to open up this business. Next month, we can open up. Before you know, in the next 5 years, bro, these people can own the whole city or town, you know, like a whole small town. Before you, this is what happened with the Indian people when they came into Kenya, right? Or Europe, you know, they became the buffer class because they were able to, because the African people are in poverty, they cannot buy land and this and that and develop, you know, and open up industries and that. What did they do? They took over the tea factory. They took over the plantation. All of this, right? Same thing. That is big potential is going to happen. No Syrian person is going to be living and starving hungry in Africa. Syria is one of the most developed countries before the war. You know that? It was such a beautiful country. You think a Syrian would just sit back and not think, you know what? Let me just open up a couple of hotels and before you know it, I'm a multi-millionaire.
Can I
That's what's going to happen, bro. You're gonna see some rich.
What stops Rwanda? Think about real quick. What stops Rwanda? This is just a question for everybody. What stops Rwanda from just pocketing the money and allowing these immigrants to flood to their neighbors? What stops that?
Ooh, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
They signed the agreement. They signed a refugee law.
What I'm saying
they're part of a refugee law.
That's why I'm talking about EAC. No matter what, Rwanda could have had. No matter what, Rwanda has the incentive to allow them to leave. So that's where the EAC comes in place. You have to put pressure on the country. You have more leverage to put pressure on the country. See, y'all are. I'm trying to make you guys think about this differently. Please, people.
Okay, that's a good point. So
you made a good point, and that'll be the point that I'll be making. That
I think this is a bit tacky. Let's have an intellectual conversation.
You're talking shit.
But you know what? I will say this.
I said that was the point I was making.
The buffer class, right? These refugees, because they are smaller groups. Okay, let me give you the context, right? If you go to Kenya right now, right, you go to if you go to Eastleigh, it's developing fast, but people are not that rich. You go to Parklands, right? You're gonna see a lot of rich Somalis there. Why? Because a lot of them did come to Kenya. I don't mean the Kenyan ones. The ones who came in recently, they put their money together and they do business, they invest, and they start building together. Right. So minority groups always, most of the time, especially, you know, from specific communities, they come together, they band, and they will create a buffer class where they'll be richer than the average local. And now we don't know how that's gonna, you know, take things. But yeah,
we don't even know how that is gonna end. But that was the same point I was gonna make, because I mean, he's saying that they are coming in. Where are they gonna be spending their money? In these African countries. Now, if they build a buffer class, don't Africans do the same thing? When Africans travel in Europe, don't they do the same thing? They put their money together and buy gas stations and they run it. I mean, come on, man.
Africa is like poverty, bro. They're in poverty.
And short-sighted. That's why we cannot grow. Come on, bro. I mean, how long are we gonna be dumb to see that this is the only problem that I have is Rwanda is in a union with other East African countries, consortia, neighbor. If they weren't, it would have been an advantage for Rwanda than even a disadvantage, and that is also it.
Well, I think most of them will flood into Kenya anyway. That's my take on it.
No, brother, not necessarily, brother, not necessarily. But think about it. Rwanda is getting so much help from Britain, you know.
Kenya is more multicultural and they have more Asian.
But what about Britain, brother? Britain has opened so many corridors for trade with Rwanda.
They'll probably go to Tanzania or Kenya because the issue is the
market. No, brother, you don't understand this, brother. Import, export. You have to understand this. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. Just 2 seconds. Rwanda has opened so many corridors. Britain has opened so many business opportunities for Rwanda. That in fact, Rwanda, yo, brother, that's what I'm saying. These people are probably going to be working. They're going to be they're going to be owning some mines and that. That's what I believe. They're going to be sending raw materials.
Can I say
There's no mines in Rwanda, man. That comes from Congo. Go ahead, yeah.
Like what you said about Kenya and Tanzania having more markets than that, that's true. But Rwanda, there's bloody nothing in that country. Like, why would any Somali even go there apart from setting up small businesses? No, but it's true. There's nothing there. It's a landlocked country.
But brother, a Somali refugee, don't you think he's just gonna go back to Kenya or Somalia? If Somali person is gonna be put on that plane back to Rwanda, which we know, that's gonna be all type of people. That's gonna be Sudanese, Ethiopian, all type. You think Somali people is gonna?
Can I say?
I think if I was a Somali, I would go to Rwanda, bro. You're getting 175,000 pounds.
Let me answer his question.
Okay.
this is potentially how it could benefit Somalia, right? Somalia doesn't have the reputation. You can leverage Rwanda's reputation. You can use Rwanda as a jump off point to sell your goods. You have to think about the Somali merchant class.
Yeah, but I understand, but
And you have to demand something from your merchant class. If you make this contract, there has to be some sort of social contract between Somalis and the merchants.
Yeah, so let me give context. The issue with Rwanda is they're a landlocked country. They don't have financial banks or services, so they're not like doing anything in terms of money transaction. And also, there's no actual real economy. So, if you go to Kigali right now, here's the issue. You know how like in Africa, you go to Somalia, Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya, all these countries, even Nigeria, Ghana, you see women on the street selling something. You see men selling. There's actual business, right? Trade and barter and all that stuff all over the street. Rwanda doesn't even have that. Rwanda thinks it's a first world country. Literally, for you to get a hardware store, you have to go to a specific area where they only sell a hardware.
But that is good.
Are
you serious,
brother? But it has the international reputation and the pull with the West. You know, so you can leverage that.
That's not good because for Africa, you need to allow people like Dusties to do business.
No, Kaizo, that is not. Come on, man, Kaizo. Why are you trying to? People are changing for the better, bro. You cannot be using some kind of.
You can't change when you don't have an economy.
So, brother,
Kaizo,
and we need a free market economy in Africa to move on from this shithole. Basically,
let me make this point, Kaizo. Let me make this point a little bit right. Switzerland is a landlocked. Let me finish. Switzerland is a landlocked country, like Rwanda, right? Switzerland depends more on public tourism, and I think Rwanda is building that tourism. Rwanda is building that tourism community, and for you to build a tourism community, you have to have a security. A top-notch security, and Rwanda has that top-notch.
There's nothing to see in Rwanda. You see, people come there, see the nice, clean sea, then they'll never come back. If you go to Somali beaches, hang on, Jude, go to the beaches in Mogadishu.
You know what?
Jude, it's one of those things.
I would even want to go to Rwanda than Kenya. You know what?
Wait, hang on, Jude, listen.
I heard the women are beautiful, man. They have beautiful women.
Okay, they don't want to be like Gambia or Mombasa. Okay, let's not make it into a. But look, Jude, go to Mogadishu right now. Yeah, look at the beaches, the nicest white sandy beaches. The sky is perfectly blue. It actually looks good. You want to come back over and over again. Go to the Kenyan National Park. Go to Tanzania. Right, all these countries have something that's diverse. It got great. Rwanda is just a tiny little. It's not even a country. It's like bro. Kajiado, where I am, right? I live in Masai County right now. The economy of Kajiado is better than that of Rwanda. You realize that?
You're right. Rwanda when it comes to economics.
Can I respond to
Moktano, yeah? Kaizo, Rwanda is like Moktano, yeah? It's like Isiolo. It's like Meru. Meru County.
No, size-wise, it's tiny. Isiolo is much bigger. Isiolo County is bigger than Rwanda. I can prove it. Rwanda is not even.
But bro, my point, brother, I'm leaving. Very important point. Do you think because we all know, yeah, Kagame came because of that war, right? Husi and Tutsi war, right? And he was part of that press people, right? And funny part as well, you have to understand that Kaizo keeps saying Rwanda is still getting paid the genocide money. So my point is, brother, now the other clan that went to war with them before, you think they're gonna let this slide? They're gonna say, you know what? This guy has been in power for too long. Now he signed paper with Britain. We're using our own military to go and oppress people in Congo. He brought in some next refugee and they're getting paid over $1,000 a month, and they're living on very good hotel rooms. Do you think, brother, countries cannot accept that? Go on. What do you think about that, bro?
Man,
and just a breeding. Can they just breed another genocide again?
You're asking a question that doesn't make. I mean, that you call that a rhetoric question because it need no answer at all. But I will respond back to Kaizo. What Kaizo was talking about, how Rwanda is so small. This is the thing, right? Most people, when they travel, they are looking for a safe haven, a country that is safe, and a country that they can easily do business with. And you could talk about business tourism, a safe tourism and all of that. I mean, why would I travel to Somalia or Kenya? No, I will travel to Rwanda because it's easy doing business. In a day, you could actually register a business and start it. I mean, it's also safe. You can travel at any part of Rwanda without actually being kidnapped or fear.
What about Abuja? What are you talking about? What about Kanu? What about Nigeria? Nigeria is the most worst place on the planet, man.
Look at,
can
you
you
have to look
remind
at, you're thinking about the Africans part, right? Think about the
Kaizo,
Western part.
can you remind this guy who Jude is? I mean, it seems like when it comes to
Well,
God, they
man,
really don't know
you
who
are
Jude is.
that bitch ass
Yo,
nigga from
here's an example.
Telegram, innit? From
Here's an
Telegram.
example. When people go to resorts, especially Westerners, they don't leave the resort. They stay around like maybe a mile
Yeah, that's
radius or two of the resort. So we have to think
No,
about the
no,
patterns
you
of
don't.
the.
Are you in Africa? Have you watched a lot of so when you tourists go to Kenya, they don't leave their resort. You don't see them
No,
going travel.
I'm not. Did you hear what I said, Jude?
Jude, that's not what
Like
I
I'm
heard
talking
what you
it's
said.
it,
Now you
it,
want to
it can
switch
be.
it. Okay, go ahead and expand
No,
it.
it's no. It's not about switching. I'm not saying that there's no tourists that will go like specifically when it comes to. What I'm
Now you
saying
should
is
have made
there's a
that point.
model. No, I'm not switching. What I'm saying is there's a model. Like for example, when you go to some of these countries, like in Dominican Republic, for example, some people they don't leave the resort in Punta Cana. I'm serious.
It depends on what
I've
you're
seen
going
it.
there for. If I'm going to
Yeah,
Cameroon to
but
look at the
Dominican
let me
Republic,
finish.
there's nothing really, there's no real, like for example, Kenya, they have Mount Kilimanjaro, they have the savannas, they have the national
yeah, they
parks.
have
Rwanda
No, it's
doesn't have
Tanzania,
that.
brother.
So what
got a
I'm
huge.
saying is
Yep.
you have to look at the model. Rwanda might have more of a Dominican Republic model. There's not really anything to see in Dominican Republic.
No,
Whereas in, for example,
because you
Mexico, like
haven't
you
really
have
explored
Cancun,
it.
you can go see in the Mayan ruins,
wait.
for example. They don't have
Guy, you
anything like
just keep
that in
talking
Dominican
about
Republic.
Cancun,
That's an
all of that.
example for
Have
Rwanda.
you really
All right.
explored the tour? Do you know how many lakes does Rwanda have? Do you know that most people go to countries just to watch? Do you know how many lakes? Have you checked on the tourism board of Rwanda?
Jude, the reality
Come
is,
on, man.
No, I
People
agree
just
with
say,
you,
the
but a lot
reality
of
is,
people
Jude,
Yeah,
don't
I don't
do
know,
that.
Rwanda,
Jude.
A lot of
if you
people don't
actually look at the
necessarily go
index,
see the sites.
have
If
you
you look at
checked
the
on the
index of East
elephants?
Africa,
Is it the elephant or the chimpanzee?
if you
Rwanda
look at
has
the
one of the
index,
biggest
if you
chimpanzees
look
in
at the
Africa.
index in
Have
West
you checked
Africa,
on
Chimpanzee,
that, man?
Rwanda
gorilla,
is
man.
probably the
You're better off going to
8th.
Uganda. Uganda has
Gorillas or
better
whatever.
sites than
Jude,
Uganda has
do you
Rwanda is
think
better.
capital
most
of
The
East
people?
biggest
Africa.
chimpanzee,
No,
man.
let's sit down and think about it. I want to walk him through it. Do you think that most people that enter the country are going to go see the chimpanzees? Do you think that a majority of them will
Are they
go?
going there as
Or do you
tourists?
think
If
that
they are
they'll go
going
to a
there as
nice
tourists, it
resort
means they have.
and
You want
relax
to
at that
walk
nice
into it.
resort for
At
the
least
most
you're gonna
part?
let me respond to you. I
No, go
mean,
ahead.
if they are going there as tourists, and then they have things that they are going in there for. If they are going there as refugees, they don't have no reason roaming around as tourists. They are going there as refugees for business or for whatever. But if you are going as tourists, they have different things that they can do in Rwanda. It's safe. They can go to the lakes. They can go watch gorillas dancing. They could come on, man. There's a whole lot of things to do, man.
No,
They have
I agree
traditional
with you.
dances in
I
Rwanda that
agree with you that there's
people. What are you talking about?
no, I agree, but listen to what I'm saying. I said a majority, right? What I'm saying is a majority of people. Somebody was making the argument that, Rwanda, there's nothing there. And what I'm saying is you can make a tourist destination even if there's nothing there. That's my point.
Exactly.
And I'm saying, so we're agreeing, Jude. I'm not even arguing with you. I'm
Jude, you need
just
to listen to
trying
have
to
a
break down
conversation,
everything.
man. You
Yeah.
can't keep shouting. But yeah, I totally agree.
No, but
I
wait,
think
hang on, Al. Just before you go ahead, I want to make some comment here. Okay, but this is a response to Flexed Up and Jude. Okay, here's the issue, Jude, right? Yeah, sure, Rwanda looks nice, right? It's clean and everything, but white people don't want to go to a nice, clean city. They come from that, right? They want to go see real Africa, real down on the street. They want to go and eat African street food and go to the toilet for 5 days. They want to go see real, like, Dusties living in the Ottoman community in Kenya, for example, right? They want to go see the Mursis, the Turkana, right? They want to see the
Some
Rendiles.
jumping
They
people,
want to
huh?
go and they want to go backwards in time, like Ethiopia. Ethiopia, to me, is going to be one of the Africa's largest tourist spot because exactly they still have the same ancient.
But brother, where did they mess
concept.
up? They messed up because of the HIV rate, right? I remember 1985.
Yep,
Ethiopia
exactly.
was a very bad place, man.
Yep.
But go on, sorry
yeah,
to interrupt you.
I mean, historical locations, places that are protected also by the World Heritage, and stuff like that. It's just you can't beautiful beach, like beaches, sea resorts.
Yep. And also, Al, like if you ask all these passport bros, right? All of them prefer Kenya. Why? Because Rwanda, you go for a date, there's one bowling alley with like 3 pins. Bro, the country is not developed. That's the problem. Rwanda is not developed.
But Kenya, you must admit, bro, you have admitted yourself. You said Kenyan women are very difficult to talk to because straight away when you
Kenya is so expensive, right? For all these passport bros. So I know
Rwanda
many
can
of
be
them
the
that
retreat.
have gone to Rwanda and they instead like it because it's cheaper. That's another thing. Tourists or passport bros, everybody have their own vision of what they want to do. I might not go to Kenya because it's expensive for me, but maybe Rwanda is safer and cheap. So
Nah,
everyone has what they want to do. It all
Yeah,
depends on
nah.
the.
People don't want a Romanian guy coming into Rwanda and telling a black person from Rwanda to carry 90 kilo of sugar on his back. They don't want that, my friend. Nobody wants a Romanian to be buffer class.
What
You know
is
what
this
I'm saying?
guy talking about?
I've got another.
You hear what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've got another.
We cannot afford these refugees, man. This is corruption.
Man, you're a dumb
Bro, Africa is
Somalian
in
guy.
developing state.
I totally
Guys,
agree.
wait,
That's the
Dr.
only
R
bit
wanted to say
I don't
something.
like.
Yeah,
Go on, Dr. Chris.
yeah, I've got three things to say, man. Which
yeah.
country in Africa is going to emerge as a marriage destination similar to the Philippines? Because I've got a few countries to mention.
Ethiopia, probably.
No. Angola,
Kenya.
Ethiopia, Cape Verde, maybe Senegal as well.
No.
Morocco.
Stay right away, bro.
Nah.
Senegalese
Leave
women are good
Senegal out
women.
of
Maybe North Africa.
Leave our sisters alone.
Wait, what are the Philippines doing? If I might ask, what is going on in their marriage?
No, I'm talking about you got like foreign men that go to countries like Thailand, Colombia, Ukraine for foreign women. What I'm trying to say here is which country in Africa will potentially make billions from this industry where foreign men will come, stay at the hotels, these tour agencies, you name it, the airlines, women basically will marry these foreign men, they'll take them back to their country, then these foreign women will tell them that you have to send billions back to my country and that if you want to support my family, and they'll bring their families over. Just think about it, of that strategy.
It's already happening, bro. Most African countries are doing that.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about advertising the country. Come on, come to the beaches, marry a Angola woman or marry
Uganda.
But
Uganda.
Gambia is doing that already. Gambia is doing that. What the hell are you talking
Uganda's
about?
doing
Gambia
that
is
too
doing
a
that
little
already.
bit.
I mean, there are countries that are doing that, even though they are not putting it in public, because most of the time is some kind of a
Gambia is
taboo
known
in
for the
most
bomb boys,
African
isn't it?
countries. Yeah,
Flex
but
up.
most African countries are doing it. Even in Cameroon, they are doing it. People go, even in Nigeria, man, these things are happening already. So, I mean, it's not a big deal for an economy. This is the thing. Most people are just talking. Most African countries, we are still under the poverty line. We have not met a standard of. We are still a third world country. Even China, as we speak, China is not even a first world. I'm telling you, China is still like in the second. China can be considered a second world country. And this is the thing. That's why when I see Africans come here and talk, it's as if we have gone to a certain level. You have at one point in time, you're gonna let people come in and actually stimulate your economy. Because if you have only your own group
You
of
can't
people,
let any Tom, Dick, and Harry in. You can't
this
let
is the
any Tom,
thing.
Dick,
This
and
is the
Harry in.
thing. Let me tell you, the best time Africa had a better economy was when the Europeans were still roaming in Africa, colonizing us, beating us in our ass. That was when we were building.
Is it because of the time?
That was
That's
when we
what
were
I'm saying,
building.
bro.
That was when we
He
were
likes to
building
be
railway stations.
inferior, man.
That was
Inferior,
when we
bro.
were
That's what he's
building
known for.
railway stations. That was when we were building
rubbish.
railway stations and
Stop
stuff. I'm
talking
telling you for a
rubbish.
fact.
That's not the best time. It's not.
No,
For
that was
you,
the best time. Ever
for
since they
your
left, most
country.
African economies have crumbled. Most of our economies have dropped. We had the same economy like Chinese, East Asian countries, but when the Europeans left, most of our economies
No,
crumbled. And East
so why
Asian
have you
countries
done
have a better
self-education?
economy.
Why have you not self-educated yourself? So you're
You
gonna be hopeless as soon as the European man leaves.
It was during the Mali
Huh?
Empire, during the Songhai Empire, during the Tukla Empire. That's when Africa was at the highest. It's not when
Oh
the
no,
white man
come on,
came and
man.
left us
Come on,
London.
bro. Shut up. No, come on, stop that, bro. We have never African economies have not been at its best ever since the Europeans left. Ever since that is a fact.
You are so
That
dumb.
is a fact.
How far you gotta go? How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna
Because
go?
we have not we have
Say,
lost that sense of stimulation. Now the white man has to still come back and stimulate us. If not, and then we still gonna be where we are today. Things are not gonna move. I'm telling you for a fact.
One of the problems
For me,
is
it's
we had
not
a
the case,
population
but-
boom after the Europeans left, and we didn't really like account that into economies. Like Kenya went from 2 million people to like 20 million people in like 5 years. So we couldn't actually account for like building hospitals, businesses, and education. If we could have basically managed that population boom in Africa, we would have been okay. The issue was we had
Exactly.
a huge,
But
huge population.
do we know how to manage population? Nigeria is leading their population going at an exponential rate.
No, okay,
Chinese.
okay. If
This
you're
is.
talking about
Let
the
me
modern
finish.
days,
Let me finish.
yeah.
When China saw that their population was growing faster and their economy could not meet up with their population, certain rules and regulations were being passed to stop it in such a way where they built their economy and they had to stop those rules and let back their population come back. But we Africans, do we have that? We don't even have people watching on our economics. You know, things are just population is going. People are going zigzag.
Yeah,
Nothing is
right,
happening. There's no laws in place.
Okay, Jude, let's let the other guy go ahead.
I'll halfway agree with Jude, but then I'll also disagree for different reasons. So I agree with Jude when it comes to being able to be, an export-driven economy that builds infrastructure. Just has larger scale infrastructure projects. I can agree with that, right? And in terms of maybe standardizing civil service, right? But when it comes to regional economies and building economies of scale, I completely disagree. You see? So I would say it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes we often want it to be, was it yes or no? And it's like, it's mixed, because imagine if we had even if we were less developed, imagine if we had a more, less developed around colonization, the end of colonization. Imagine if we would have had more regional economies, even if we were less developed. Maybe we would have had more of a comparative advantage to some of the countries that ended up developing instead.
Flexed up, you're right, but Flexed up, you're right, but here's the issue. The alternative wouldn't have been regional economies developing; it would have been more wars.
Yeah, and that's potentially true. But what I'm saying is, we're already speaking in hypotheticals anyway. So
true.
That's what I'm adding.
Okay, so let's let Dr.
One more thing.
One second, Dr. R. Yeah, let's let Dr. Marie go first, then Al and Dr. R. Yeah, so Dr. Marie, what's your thoughts on Somalia joining the East African community and the rest, wherever else part of the conversation you want to come in?
Well, I would like to congratulate Somalia. I think it may help to, give them a better sense of belonging. I would like to analyze Judah's statement and to explain why perhaps he is right. He said that we were more productive when we were under the white man with them beating us in our eye. Look at we are more likely to tolerate unfavorable working conditions when the whites are the supervisors than when we are our own supervisors for some reason. Take, for example, if Nigeria had been still a colony, I don't think the professors would have taken the liberty to go on strike for months, affecting the lives of the young people in their charge, under their charge. I don't think the oil companies that are languishing, not only in Nigeria, but in some other African nations, it seems as though they were a little more productive when the expatriates from Britain and other European countries were in charge than when they are in charge. And Judah has a point. It's sad to admit, but he has a point. So I'll yield the floor.
Okay,
I mean, I don't think.
Al and then Dr. R. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. But I don't think we disagree with that statement. As it was made, the reality is the color bit. I mean, if it was to be another person or another race or even the Indians, probably would have done it. Even if it's African themselves doing it. Look at Thomas Sankara. When Sankara came to Burkina Faso, he didn't need the white man to tell him to transform Burkina Faso economy to what it was before he was killed in a short space of time, even though it was, the type of economical system actually I'm against, obviously socialism or communism, but he did it. So it just shows if we have the leaders that have the will to do it, it will be done. It's not because of the color skin. So that should be made clear. That's my little Pan-African brain ticking there, Doctor.
Okay. Some of us are self-motivated, I agree, but it seems as though we always need someone who uses force to motivate the majority to make the sacrifice for the good of everyone. Why can't there be more people who are motivated just like Sankara? You shouldn't need someone carrying a whip.
Yes, I mean,
Let me add something real quick.
I'll give it. First of 1 second, bro. Let me just respond quickly. And I hope you hold the thought there, bro. I'll give it a good example of my country, Sierra Leone. We was a decent middle income country. Everything was going very smooth. You would never ever want to step, our foot outside our country, unless if we was going to England for holiday or the US, which it was easy for us to do anyway. People go there for 1 week or even for the weekend, for that matter. It depends on, how deep your pocket is. But what happened is, with people that left us, and went back, end up destabilizing the country over its natural resources. So we had what they call a civil war for 10 years that destroys the country's infrastructure, all the system that we had in place, that we kept in place, for years. So we kind of lost. So the instability that the outsiders are also bringing in does not help, to keep us maintaining what they left.
Okay, the way the
Can I add something real quick?
Okay.
No, go ahead. Finish and then
let her finish.
I'm sorry.
This would be very brief. I don't have much more to say. In Trinidad and Tobago, when the Prime Minister was Dr. Eric Williams, there were expatriates working in top positions in the oil company, which was our main source of revenue. He arranged for these expatriates, mostly from Britain, a few were Dutch. They trained the locals, and after a certain period, he sent all the expatriates back. And because of the level of training, there was a relatively smooth transition to locals who then held all the top positions. It calls for planning, training. It shouldn't have to be a shock to the system. You have to plan for a smooth transition. Okay, thanks.
Great contribution.
Thank you.
Yo, Kaizo, are you there?
Yeah,
so I want to address something, right? I'm trying to reconcile two separate points. Go ahead.
No, let Dr. R go quickly, then you can go afterwards.
Okay.
So,
I think she already made her point. Go ahead. I think she already made her point. Go ahead and be your point.
So I wanted to ask you quick about Sierra Leone. What was the downfall of Sierra Leone, and why couldn't it recover from the civil war? And how did also the war? I don't want to go off topic. How did it spread to Liberia? If I think it was the other way around, Liberia spreading.
Yes, from Liberia to Sierra Leone. Yes. Great question.
I'm trying to say something on topic,
and one question to Dr. Maria.
You wanted to stay on topic, but I mean,
if Kaizo permit us, we can end it up to that.
Yeah. So 1 second.
No. I have a question for Kaizo. I want him to reconcile 2 points.
Yeah. So let Flex Up answer the question, then you answer the Dr. R's question afterwards.
No problem.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. So I'm trying to reconcile 2 separate points that you made about colonialism, right? So on one hand, you said that we would have been fine if the population boom hadn't happened prior or after colonialism, right? But on the other hand, you said that we would have had more wars. So based on your logic, wouldn't we have been okay because we would have had a more manageable population if it wasn't for colonialism, based on us having more wars, like you said? So I need you to reconcile those 2 points.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So I've made videos before saying that, and Judah, I guess, will agree that our GDPs and or even higher than China. And back in those days in colonialism, just before the white man left,
Exactly.
and that's all true. However, one part of it was also because the businesses were highly concentrated and the populations weren't so high. But the issue, here's the thing, though. I do think without colonialism, wars would have been more frequent in Africa. But as you said, smaller population, manageable resources, we wouldn't be fighting over resources as much. So that is actually a good point. Yeah, you may actually have a good point.
So I'm arguing that colonialism wasn't good because of 2 points. Because of the population, it basically subsidized our population. We would have been working and creating our productivity based off of what we'd only be having kids based off of that, right?
Yeah. So let me give context to people listening.
And two, the other part of it is making our economies less regional economies of scale that could compete globally and more so export-driven economies. So that's the issue that I have, not the civil service. The standardization of civil service, that's cool, but that's pretty much a byproduct of doing it anyway in order to extract value. So that's why I argue that it isn't good.
Yo, guys,
what you don't understand is okay, go ahead.
I want to say a point. Like, I feel like we're coping when we say that Africa will be better than China in modern time if colonialism didn't exist. And I don't think we will have a different situation, but I don't think that we would be as like we're gonna be on the same level economic wise and to the West. Like Africa
no one said China.
Same.
No one said China. Are you confused?
I think it's coming up in the own agenda, man.
Doing colonization than China.
Wait, that I named one of you. I said I was talking about this because people actually talk about this.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But that's not what we are talking on the platforms right now. We are talking. We made a different statement, not the one that you are saying. You are insinuating something different.
Anyway, Flex up. Finish your point. Yeah.
No, that was my point. Basically, that's my argument. You guys are talking about the byproduct to some degree of doing it in the first place, which I would agree with. I don't disagree with that. But if we zoom out, if you look at what it did to the population, it was a part of the reason why the population boom even happened in the first place.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Because it's a distortion. It destroys the signals that you need in order to understand how to control the population.
I'm afraid I agree with you.
You see what I'm saying? It's like flooding the market with useless money.
And realistically,
where's the real growth? What's real growth and what's fake growth?
No, let's be realistic, right? Colonization gave us a stimulus to actually it also increased our IQ. I'm telling you for a fact. Yeah, I mean, if not of colonization, man, come on. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about region. This region that we are talking today is because we have so many countries that we are talking of regional government or stuff like that. Let me finish. If we weren't colonized, there wouldn't be nothing as regional government. Because we wouldn't even be thinking about those things. This is now hypothetical, so I really don't know how it will have been.
It is hypothetical because there was already regional trade.
Okay, let me respond to the guy.
That's not even true. You have the coconut trade, you have the salt trade, you have a lot of trades: the slave trade, the gold trade, the copper trade.
Based on the different languages that I mean, because if not of colonization, you wouldn't even be speaking English or French or other languages, right?
Yeah, that's fine, but maybe you'd have maybe Cameroon would have not Cameroon, but maybe you would have had a nation that would have been naturally occurring. Yeah, in the short term you would have had wars, a lot of people would have died, but it would have reached a point to where you have to do something about it.
But
if anything, I feel like it delays certain issues.
You see the level how we are speaking right now. The IQ that we have been gotten without colonization. Speak
for yourself.
We'll have been far behind, guys. I'm telling you for a fact. We are far better off now. We'll have been far behind without colonization. Colonization is a good thing that happened for Africa. I'm telling you.
Some good, but definitely you can't. Some good, but I don't think you can argue against the points I made.
Last time when I was on. If it was in the topic on the last time when I was on, and the empires that we lived in and the sophistication of those empires and how we was doing things, our own way when there was outsiders coming in and learning from us, you probably wouldn't have said what you just said. Because what you just
Eventually,
said
yo,
now, for my
So wait,
people,
hang
you
on.
actually have, it's like an insult to say it's
Yeah.
these people that actually give me the IQ when we
let's not
already
make it
developed
emotional.
stuff.
Let's talk facts about it. Let's
Yeah.
talk
Okay, so
facts. There
yeah,
was
so Flex, now
regional
let me
trade, for
yeah,
example.
let me make
I
context here.
named different
So
trades. Go look at the maps. Go look at the maps of West Africa and look at the trades, right? Yes, there would have been wars, but right now you're partitioned. You're partitioned export-based economies. And you can't
Tina, you
even
need to stop
export
doing that with
anything.
this
You can't
random.
create the
Wait, but
economies of scale to even build components.
wait. You're talking about trades. That doesn't mean that Africa's golden age was that time, and Europe had the golden age, and they had the upper hand
What
on
age you
Africa.
talking about? They had a golden age at what time? You got to make sure you
No. I'm
yeah.
talking about the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, okay, the
Exactly.
Industrial Revolution. You are making some sense. Yes, you bring up
yeah, so I want
something
to
that
add context here, right? Colonialism isn't just okay. So colonialism, okay. So I wanted to separate between colonialism and imperialism. So imperialism is what you guys call neo-colonialism, right? So colonialism, yes, had issues by giving us technology that but I'm saying when I say we, let me just talk about Kenya, for example, technology that we weren't ready for. For example, agriculture crawled boom, right? So we didn't. So here's the issue, right? When you get Europeans bringing in maize before we're eating sorghum, and the tribes that ate animals, etc., right? So the issue is they gave us loads of high starch food product, and they made us buy from them. So that already kind of destroyed the agricultural market. If we had, been able to develop and increase our population through our own means, aka agriculture, and kind of learning the stuff, we would have been more responsible with the technologies that we have. The issue is we kind of adopted their systems without integrating our own sort of cultural mentalities with them, and that is actually a really good point.
Exactly. It got us addicted to outside goods. You're right. Even the African diet changed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We got addicted to hyper consumerism from products that we don't consume, we don't even make. So that is actually a really good point. So we got addicted to things we didn't even need all of them, and now we don't even make any of those products. So now we're kind of stuck to their market. We have to export Kenyan tea and coffee just to get some euro-dollar exchange. But I will say this: I think the biggest issue though right now is imperialism. You guys usually use colonialism in the wrong way. Imperialism is basically what happens. American hegemony, NATO, or European Union closing our markets. I think that is now what's keeping Africa backwards, obviously, right? Because they control the whole market.
Absolutely. You
But,
just need there.
am I going? Can I speak? Oh, I mean,
Well, you spoke a lot, but you can let
speak,
someone else
man.
speak now. I think let the last brother that came in speak, huh?
Well, what's your name? The last brother that came in.
He's a proud Horner.
Where's he from? Oh yeah,
He's
proud owner.
yeah.
I want to the Trinidadian lady. What did she say about Somalia with open arms? Like, what did she say?
No, she think it's a good thing that they joined, and yeah, go on.
I was just saying it was good to foster a sense of belonging to the Eastern region.
Belonging. What do you mean? What do you mean by belonging? I wanted to address you on that because we already.
A sense of unity with the other countries of East Africa.
But we already had a sense of unity with East Africa. You're probably assuming we don't get along with our two neighbors. That's what you're probably assuming.
I've heard of some conflict. I haven't actually read about it as yet. I have to do some research.
What's your thoughts on what's it called, Pan-Africanism in Africa working out?
The thing is, tribalism is a major challenge to all efforts to achieve unity, I think.
But in Africa, there's about 1,000 tribes in Africa, 54 countries. How is Pan-Africanism going to achieve that?
I'm not really a Pan-Africanist. I would like to see unity, but I am not yet optimistic about it, even though I'm hoping that it is achieved. I'm not yet optimistic. I'm just doing my best in my little corner to help to foster unity. But as long as there is conflict between tribes or nations, I prefer the word nations than tribes. we have a long way to go.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let me just shout out to the sponsors of the show. Shout out to One Man Went to Mo for £2, saying Bantu Bantu. Shout out to Alexis for $2, sending I think while US dollar still has value. Yes, any dollar actually. Super chats help Kenyan economy by giving them euro dollar exchange. So
Wait,
Iko
Kaiser,
Giame,
Kaiser, let me do this one. Let me do this one. Shout out to the
Right.
high IQ African, Mr. Ike for the $50.
Yeah, and what does he say?
Big
You
up.
gotta read what
High
he
IQ
says.
Jude. Jude, you got
Jude.
high IQ for it. Dusty Jude got high IQ.
I don't know what happened, man.
What's
It's
going
like
on
Jude went
today?
off. Jude
Jude,
went off for 3 months. Yeah, like you know, like anime, right? When like the character
You're
goes off
transforming
training
today,
for like in the
Kaizo. You
mountains.
got the credit for that,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
give you the
Jude went
credit
off
for
for
that.
3 months, came back. This nigga is high IQ now. I'll
No,
give you respect for
I,
that, Jude.
me and him
I
getting on
agree.
more than ever, Me and this guy never used to get on, but recently,
Wait, but like
he's showing a different
Jude was the
side.
most high IQ today, like because you guys were booty clapping
Even
for
yesterday, like Jude.
like
Alright,
you
stop
guys
it!
were
Don't
Jude,
spoil it! Don't
what
spoil
kind
it!
of studying did you been doing?
Jude got
Jude, what
high
studying
IQ.
have you
Don't
been doing?
spoil it.
Jude was like Europe is this where you can find the superior nations, and that's facts. And you guys are like
Jude, what have you been
Africa had a
studying?
great civilization. Africa had great
Kaizo,
trade. Okay,
You guys, man, look, man. I mean, you guys should stop all of this. I mean, you have people that are high IQs on this panel, But I mean, I want to thank Ike, man. Ike has always been my guy, and I'll bring in a lot of money on Kaizo's channel, right? Kaizo, you should always, I mean, you acknowledge that back in the days. I always bring, I always bring
Jude,
the
don't take
flow
my
of
credit
God.
away, please.
Come on, but now I've also started seeing that Nigerians are claiming Bantus. One man went to more, even to Nigeria in one of his channel. What is really going on, man? Like, why is
No,
everybody
no,
claiming
no, no.
the trainer?
One man
You know,
always been a Bantu supremacy like
no,
you.
no, no,
And
no.
I
It
know
seems like
I've always been him like that,
it,
before you came
it
here.
seems
So I will
it,
defend
it,
one man on that. I don't know
it
about
seems like
Niger.
because I was Bantu supremacists, it seems like the glories that I've shown on Bantus. Many of these, African guys that have never been Bantus, they have been of a different group of people, are now getting into the Bantu, trying to
It's
be
good that
known as Bantu.
it's good that you're
Another thing
united.
that I'm
It's good.
gonna let me just finish. Another point that I'm gonna make is, look, I'm not a Pan Africanist. I used to be, but not anymore. So all these blogs really don't mean nothing to me. I just wish that most African countries can meet their own personal standard and grow within them, and then they could have all these union. But having a block from east, west, south is all division. As a Pan-Africanist, nobody should be encouraging East African bloc, North African bloc, Central African bloc. So it's all form of division. We beat, I mean, come on, I mean, you haven't gone through partition. You have your own country, you still go to another division. Why not just form one union and build that union and expand it? Instead of having a division of east, you cannot go to west and do this. You have to, when you go to west, you have to get another passport. You go to south, I mean, it's all, I mean, at the long run, it's still problems down the line. And that's why I tell you, we Africans have never known how to solve problems. We always create something by creating another problems that comes with it. It makes no sense. So I'm gonna let you right there and thank you, Kaiser, for letting me come in, and that's it. Goodbye. Thank
goodbye. Wait, but like
Oh,
Dr. R, can I ask you a question? Dr. R, what's your thoughts on East Africa, like allowing Somalia to join, and do you think that's a great thing for Somalia to
Actually, before
join
you answer that
the bloc?
question, why don't you answer it, Oria? You haven't answered it yet.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't here, but I feel like Somalia joining East African community is great, and because it makes the region more stable. I feel like, and it's like more unity in the region. I feel like because you have stuff going on each borders. Like you had the Uganda experience, like Al Shabaab, and Kenya as well. When these governments cooperate, they will be stronger, and they have like a good friendship, and they can do great things. That's what I think. I think it is a win for Africa. It is a win, and East Africa can solve their problem because, like, you can be in a region and not be part of it. Otherwise you're just like isolating yourself. I feel like Eritrea should join. Everyone.
Hmm.
You shouldn't isolate yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I answer Dr. R question? In fact, I will let the person.
Yeah, I wanted to ask another question. Sorry if I keep asking questions. I wanted to ask.
Yeah. Maybe should we do that last after the this guy that just came in? Is that safe mode?
All
Safe
right.
mode.
Okay. Yes.
Do safe mode.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Go ahead, safe mode. What's the comment or question or whatever it is that you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah. Interesting question, though, Dr. R.
No question. I'm just listening. Yeah, y'all good.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're Black American, right? Or Nigerian?
No, I'm from Sudan.
Sudan.
Oh, you're the Sudanese brother. Yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah, shout out. Thanks for coming back.
Kaiser. Like, since you're a Kenyan, you're part of the East African community. You guys were, the first ones. What do you think? Do you think it's a win, or Somalia will bring it's kind of not as stable. It's not as stable like to the community of East Africa.
Okay. Good, great question. Right. So actually, right at the moment, I actually obviously I'm okay. So Somalia, right, has a very strategic point. We talked about this before, right? Long coastline. What that means is we can create like loads of different small ports across it, right? We talk about refueling stations, camps, etc. Then, if you make sure that it's a really good and safe harbor, where let's say the East African Peace Force, including Somali being in charge of it, since it'll be on their coastline, you can guarantee the safe passage of all the ships that go through that water. Meaning, waters will not need to go down the Saudi, the Arab sides, right? Because they also have access to the sea. So if East African, community does these things properly, you already control a lot of shipment, movement of goods, and protection from all goods from coming from China, India, Australia into Arabia, into the Europe, etc. So obviously into Africa as well, right, through the other side of the channel. So
Kaiser, don't forget that we got like tons of oil and gas and that strategic route, minerals and everything, and that. I just want the country to be a middle income country and be prosperous and do trade.
Yeah. Exactly. So what Dr. R said is 100% true. So right now, if you see what Kenya has no oil, no gas, right? They found some in Turkana. Yeah, no main, physical resources, right? So what that means is they have to beg, because you guys always ask, well, why is Kenya sucking America's whatever it is? The reason why is because they got nothing to trade in international market apart from coffee and tea. So like recently, $3 billion.
Kenya's main industry. I know they got some sort of industrial base in Kenya.
Oh right, they actually have a lot of like Unilever, for example. It's a British company that processes a lot of different products, adds value to it, and then sells it to European market. That's one company that I know of. But basically, right now, Kenya has to beg Britain for money. Recently, Ruto was given $3 billion. $3 million worth of money when he visited UK. Now, this grant is supposed to be for this apparent green initiative, right? What that means is, right, Kenya can't do it by themselves, right? They have to beg the West in order to actually get money and grants to build like this green infrastructure, whatever they want to do, like solar or whatever. If Somalia joins EAC and they're smart, right, there will be a bank. There is already a bank. The bank can actually basically process ability for EAC to drill its own gas and oil, explore it. Right now, there's already a satellite. Kenya sent a satellite to the moon using the Japanese just a couple of years ago. So that means they will be able to do the full oil exploration service, right? If you can do that and you can become like Norway, you can then extract your oil and gas. You can sell the gas to the Europeans and make a competitive market against the Russians in case there's political issues. And then for the local market, oil, you produce the industrial base for East African community to industrialize. That is the best way forward for Somalia joining in.
Wait, but Kaiser,
you have to look at it from a trade route. Like if I was the president of Somalia, I'd sit down with Kenya. I would like have a discussion on how we can cooperate. For example, Kenya has got an industrial base. I would basically encourage Kenyan companies, the manufacturing industries, to set up shop in Somalia,
Right.
and we could basically make things cheaper for us, if you know what I mean.
You know,
That's
Kaito,
a
you know
great point.
why I say this is a win for Somalia? Because, like, you know, East African community will recognize, you know, Somalia's claim to Somaliland, and because like they already picked a side by
Oh yeah,
allowing
Kenya's
Somalia
already
to
taken
join.
a side now. They've
Yeah,
taken
you guys
Somalia's
all
side for
take a
them.
side. Yeah, you guys all took a side now, and that's a good because like that will bring a stability to the community.
You're a proud Hona man. What do you think of the idea of like since Somalia joined the East African bloc? What do you think Kenya is worried about? Basically, the demographic change, just like what the
Um,
Mexicans are doing to America.
no, no, no. I don't think Kenya cares.
I don't think
Kenya
Kenya
is
as a
like
whole, but
Kenya
some
is
Kikuyu
diverse.
obviously.
No, because if you look at it, Kenya's fertility is declining amongst certain tribes.
That
Yep.
that's probably the you know the educated tribes where they don't live in rural area. Like I think tribes who live in rural area have high fertility, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, people who do business in the city centers are not having like 10 kids on average. Yeah, but like I feel like this is the great thing for because like Somalia brings something to the table that Rwanda or these other countries don't bring to the table. It brings a long coastline. It brings a like geography is like strategic. You can control the whole ocean, and that's a great thing for the East African community.
AI man, tell us about your country, about opportunities in Sierra Leone, because there's a lot of Lebanese in that country investing. And how's it working out for Sierra Leone? Foreign
Yes, the
investors.
Lebanese, Syrian, Indians, and the Fuller, they were the major traders in Sierra Leone before the war. And I mean, the Lebanese been to Sierra Leone since the late 18th century, so that's not a new migration wave. But you know, they still looked at us outsiders anyway. That's the nature of the country. But the Sierra Leone, the basically after the war, um, the Fullers took over the Lebanese market. To be honest, they used to be in control. So after the war, they just took over their market and they're in control now.
Is
So
it
yeah,
true
the
that
Lebanese. Yeah.
is it true that there's a secret society in your country that controls the economy, certain areas like the Poro Society? May I ask?
Oh, the Poro. That's the Poro Society. That's from the Kono. That's the area where the diamond rich districts of Kono. Yes, but they don't do not control the mineral resources. Government.
Brother, what I heard, I was watching this YouTuber. He's he's a traveler, and he
Yeah.
was mentioning about Lebanese being the elites of your country. You know,
Yes. Before the war, they did. That's absolutely right. I will basically after the war, the Fuller people decided, right, this is not right because we seen the way they treated our people. Because after when the war happened, a lot of the Lebanese went back to Lebanon. So all the people that they was living with, for example, the locals, you know, like Sierra Leone that used to work for them in their houses and that they took them back with them to Lebanon. They maltreated them so bad, and it was on the news. And we was refugees in Guinea. We can see that on the news, and you know, like a lot of my family members, they're like, "Wow, we can't believe how, you know, great, you know, we look after these people. You know, give them everything, and this is how they like towards our people when we're actually in a war." So, after the war, the Fullers went in, they lived, you know, first, and they bought out a lot of their businesses. So today, I'm afraid we are more of the elites in that country than they are.
All I gotta say is they are
They do
they
have
are
they do have a very strong influence in the. I think they had a strong influence in the past. That's because they've been there since the 18th century. They came there with the colonizers, if that makes sense, right? So when the colonizers went, they never left. They stayed, but they did. basically did a lot of good in the country while they was there, but then they showed their true color when they went back to Lebanon with our citizens. And then we obviously started looking at them differently after that. Because we're very wise and exposed people, you know. If you treat a certain way, you know, we're gonna treat you the same way when you come back. So
That's why every country in Africa needs a business elite. Like in my country, we don't have no foreigners controlling our economy, and that it's just us. But all I gotta say is with Indians and Lebanese people, they're cockroaches. Like I would address to Dr. Murray Anete, who's from Trinidad. Why is it that in your country that the Indians control everything, like the economy, like any
Indians,
company?
Trinidad, not in Syria.
No, I'm talking about Indo Trinidadians. They control everything. I even googled up many companies in the Caribbean, but specifically Trinidad and Guyana, whether it's fast food, whether it's soft drink, whether it's banking, you name it, they control it. And I'm thinking that it's not right, even though they're the majority in that country. And I'm not surprised the Civil War style. I'm not surprised the Sri Lankan Civil War style has not even happened in that country.
Okay. Now, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those. I think
Guyana is the worst. Guyana, the Indians had fought the Africans many times, but the country is growing so fast that like every race in that country will be like they will be wealthy because the country's economy right now is getting led so good. It is like the most growing economy in the whole world. But Guyana, it used to be so bad in the 80s, but it got better. Now it's more diversity among governments and like elite. It's getting better, and the country is like getting prosperous, and each race will benefit from that.
Yeah, so my Sudanese brother, yeah, so obviously you're from South Sudan, right? Just question so that everyone knows where you represent.
Sounds like it's from North.
Yeah, so
I guess you could say I'm from both.
oh, you're from North?
No, I said both. Is my mic good or is it too loud or something?
It's okay.
Wait, why you have like an American accent?
Because I'm in America.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you born in America?
No, I was born in Sudan.
Yeah. Okay. Good to see.
Yeah, what state are you from?
Go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead. You can ask.
Yeah, what state is he from?
In America, this is I'm from Arizona. It's like the west coast.
Okay, what about Sudan? Which tribe are you from? Are you a Janjaweed? Are you I don't know.
Nah, I'm a Lua. I'm what's it called? A Choli.
Oh, okay. A Choli. Okay, that's cool. Cool.
Wait, is it Choli African or Arab?
No, it's Ugandan. Ugandan, right?
Ugandan, Sudanese.
No, we're from Sudan. Yes.
Wait, but like, what do you identify? Like, is it identified?
Well, aren't a Choli basically in South Sudan and in Uganda, not in North?
No, there's some in North. There's some in East as well.
Wait, brother, I'm asking, are you Arab or African?
African.
He's Luo. He's a Luo, bro. He's a Luo. So interesting. I haven't met Luos here apart from that scammer, Balaste. So interesting.
Yeah, what happened to him anyway?
He's just trolling Somali TikTok these days.
One of these days he's gonna get calmer. That guy.
Yeah. Nah, that guy is crazy. He even hacked me, man. But yeah. Okay, it's interesting.
He hacked you?
Yeah, he hacked me one time live on stream.
How did he do that?
Me being stupid, he came here, used an AI pretending he was to Niger, then told me to click on the link. I signed in, but it just revealed my password, and yeah, the guy took over my accounts and everything. But anyways, I put in my fake email, so he didn't hack my main email. But yeah, that guy is crazy. That guy was crazy. American FBA Nigel says Kaiser heard South Sudanese Nilots on TikTok identify as Bantu. Thoughts? Look, I don't even know why they claim that. Like, for example, for me, I got three main tribes, right? Obviously, right? Wanga, Kisi, and obviously the Gab one, right? So I usually don't claim any tribe anymore, man. I just become Kenyan these days, right? I don't even claim any of my tribes anymore. Country wise, even Kenyan, I only claim Kenya because I finally got the ID, right? But
Wait, are you like citizen now officially?
yeah, now I am. Yeah. Now I'm Kenyan, right? It took me a while, but yeah, it's just African systems are slow and dusty, man.
I don't think you should. But like the government can spy on you now. You got to pay taxes now because you're a citizen. You got to follow the law.
Low,
Hey,
Mrs. H. Yeah, go ahead.
yo, proud owner, man. How's America, man? What state you from again? I think we spoke last time.
I think you're mistaking me for someone else. I'm not from America. I'm from Europe.
No, you're from America, man.
You can ask guys though. I'm not lying. I'm not from
If they
America.
flex up, that's from America, like.
Wait, what makes you say America? I don't know.
The way you sound, man, I was thinking Minnesota, man. That's how all Somali.
No, I don't. I'm not from America.
It's flex up from
It's me.
Washington
It's
DC.
flexed up. It's me. Huh?
Where you from again? Washington DC. Said you were from DC.
No, Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Probably I'm confusing with someone else, man. Like,
Yeah, I
how's
think
Georgia anyway, man? It's sunny over there, isn't it?
yeah, it's a part of the Sun Belt. I think I like the South personally. You know, it's not for everybody, but I like it.
Flex up. Do you know anyone called Lamin in Georgia?
Come
Poor
on,
guy.
Al. There's gonna be like
Yeah,
50 Lamines, man.
I know. He's from Sierra. He's from Sierra Leone, and he owned a company. I think he employed about 1,000 people over there.
I don't know as many Sierra Leoneans. I know a couple, but I don't know a Lamin. I
Yeah,
know
he's my
more
brother.
so Senegalese and Guineans and
Yeah,
Gambians.
he's
That's
my
who's
brother.
down here.
He's one of the
Yeah.
first guys that actually settled there for like years now. Yeah, one of
Flex
the
up,
first.
But there's a lot of Fulanis. There's a good amount in Georgia.
But from Sierra Leone or from Guinea?
From Guinea, from Senegal, and from Gambia.
Yeah, most of the Fullers from Sierra Leone, most of them live in the East Coast, like Maryland, isn't it?
Yeah, they live in the Northeast, I think, in like DC.
Yeah,
a lot of DCers.
Yeah. Because there's a place in Maryland called Freetown. You know, it's named after Sierra Leone. Because
Wait, Freetown, is it because of slaves?
Yeah, Freetown is because of free slaves from the Caribbean, from Canada, from Virginia, like the Jones family from Virginia, and Hausa, Yoruba, Igbos that was intercepted trying to cross the Atlantic on the boats. Yeah, these are the people that we settle in Freetown, and we call it Freetown. And also the black soldiers that fought with the royal family to keep America under the British crown. When America lost the war, when England lost the war against America, they brought these black soldiers back with them to London around the 17th century to live. Some of the roads in southeast London are named after these ex-soldiers. Only years later for them to be repatriated, like what they do in Rwanda now, but they done it voluntarily with the people wanted to go back because it was facing a lot of discrimination in London, and also the weather wasn't pleasant for them. So it was all mixed up. Then obviously you got Fula, Kisi, Mende, Timini, Limba, all these other tribes that's why in Sierra Leone we're more like Creole people. You know, the best way to describe a Fula man from Sierra Leone is more like Fula Creole.
You don't get a lot of them in the diaspora. I've met some from Guinea mainly, a lot from Guinea.
West Sierra Leoneans?
No.
Yes.
Fulani people like in London where I live here. I've come across.
To be honest with you, yes, most majority Fulani they business people, right? If when they have opportunity for business, they don't want to leave. They rather stay and marry a few women and stay in. Period.
Part of the reason is there's a trade deal between the UK and Guinea. Yeah, so I think that's part of the reason. I think it's been happening more recently where I'm hearing about Guineans in UK.
Yes,
it wasn't as much before.
You might be right, because I think the British got a aluminium contract to Guinea. recently. Because remember when Doumbouya came to power, because he was going to cancel all the aluminium, bauxite export and stuff like that. I remember the UK was one of the UK company was going to be affected. I think Tony Blair is probably one of the guys that brought that company to Guinea.
Guinea is a nice country.
Sierra Leone is nicer than Guinea, but you wouldn't know that from.
It depends on what you like. If you like,
Yeah.
even Guinea it has some of the same beaches, but I would say Sierra Leone has the beaches. But I think
No, I've seen some
Guinea
videos
has
on
like a lot
YouTube
of other
of,
things.
you know,
Naturally.
Conakry, Guinea. I've seen some videos of it. It looks all right.
Yeah, no, I mean
Yeah,
Guinea.
it needs work, but yeah, it may be a little bit better than maybe you were thinking, but it still needs work, a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean Sierra Leone is a valley. I don't know if you've ever been to Wales, but it's like a valley, right? And you got different towns in those valleys. It
I've been
depends
to
on the town.
Wales, but
Yeah,
not the
okay, there you
valleys.
go. Okay, yeah, well, the towns. You see how the towns are located and stuff like that. That's how Sierra Leone is like, especially in the western area. So you have one area there, then you move around, then you got another area on top of the valley, then you move around, you got another area in the valley, and then you got the Atlantic coast that goes around, and they got one of the longest and the most beautiful beaches in the world. And it was one of the main destination for the big the vessel. How do you call him again? Why am I not losing my tool? The cruiser ships that go around the world. That was one of their stops. They'll come out and actually stay in the town for a day or so and they move on. It's beautiful. Sierra Leone is very similar to Barbados. Our culture is similar. We studied that in school. Basically, also the culture of Sierra Leone is unique. That's one of the things that attract people to the town, not just the beaches, and it's a culture.
You know, you get a lot of Sierra Leoneans from, Philadelphia in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
What those countries in West Africa? You got a lot of people from Guinea, Sierra Leone, and a couple that mainly live in in the Pittsburgh area, Philadelphia.
Yes, I mean Sierra Leone. I think Sierra Leone and Liberia probably have the biggest diaspora in West Africa. Maybe Nigeria, because of the population, will have more than us. But Sierra Leone and Liberians are probably one of the biggest. Then probably Senegal. Then
Senegalese for sure. I
yeah,
think there's
Let's
more
yeah,
Senegalese,
yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
in Georgia,
Senegalese.
which is the most common African group in common African what's it called immigrant group in Georgia? Because I'm assuming it's going to
In
be
Georgia, a
in
lot of
Ethiopia.
East Africans. You have the
That's what I
Eritreans are
heard.
probably first. You have the Ethiopians. You have Somalis. They have Somalis as well, but it's not like Minneapolis. You have your Guinea. There's a lot of Guineans now. You have just the Guinea coast, Guinea, Senegal, Gambia. You have some Sierra Leone for sure. You have some
I
Sierra
don't
Leone too.
understand about my own people in America.
Nigerians, of course, and Ghanaians.
I don't understand, yeah, right? Yeah, like you got a lot of Africans that go to the hot places, some of the cold places, but my people they go to the cold places. I don't know why.
They don't want to stay dark, bro. They don't want to be dark like
No,
us,
I
you know.
think it's because a lot of refugees in the U.S. they send them to like the Midwest now. Like
No, I'm talking about like cold places,
before the South used to be the
cold white.
destination, huh?
Now, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at like Somalis in America, they tend to be in the cold white majority states, but you're not going to see them in places like Indianapolis. You will find them there. You're not going to find them in North Carolina, South Carolina, in places like you know what I'm saying? The most common places immigrants go to.
Yeah, yeah. You got them. You probably got some in D.C. You definitely have some in Atlanta. You're right. I mean,
Nah, you're not gonna find. You know what's even weird? Speaking
what?
about California, you're not gonna find no Somalis in Los Angeles. You'll find lots of Ethiopians. You'll find them only in San Diego. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, I think
Nah,
Somalis
there's a lot of
because
Somalis in Cali.
not all of them started as like because you got to think about how the migration
I'll give you an
started.
example. You know, New York, for
So
example, you're not gonna
yeah,
find no Somalis there in New York. The majority of those
yeah, you're right.
Somalis in New York in the 80s or 90s went to Canada. Only I've heard only like the educated or the elite, tiny minority, lived there. You're not gonna really come across them. You're maybe gonna come across Somalis in places like Buffalo and that, but New York in general, nah.
So which
Yeah.
passport which passport would you say is the most valuable passport in West Africa right now?
I mean, we can go look at a ranking, to be honest, because there's so many different factors. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would have to sit down and look,
Probably
but
South Africa.
No,
you
in
said in
West
West
Africa.
Africa. In West Africa, I don't know. It might be Sierra Leone might be up there, and I
Yeah.
think I don't know if it's because of the war, or because they spoke English, or because they were Commonwealth. But I think
Sierra Leone
you know,
it's been a protectorate, isn't it? It's a protectorate of the
yeah, it
British.
might be. It
And
might be that.
and also if you look at the US government, and from the the Secret Service all the way down, you will find out, you find lots of Sierra Leoneans working in those institutions, even in the UK. I think for some reason they tend to trust Sierra Leoneans to do certain jobs for them than other Africans. I think that's the strength
It's
of
the
Sierra
civil
Leone.
service. It's the civil service standardization that I was talking
That's
about.
that's
You
right.
you
That's
are
right.
right. I did hear
Yeah.
about them having
Yeah.
like a lot of Anglophone Africans
Influence.
going there. Kind of like how they went. Maybe not as much, but kind of like how they went to Dakar. Like people from Guinea, people from Mali, people from these places. Dakar used to be the area where everybody went, civil services to get training and such. So I think Sierra Leone probably has a little bit of that. That's probably why. But yeah, the Somalis thing.
And also, if
I,
you want to join the
go ahead.
British Army, for example, if you want to join the British Army, you don't have to come to the UK as a Sierra Leonean. You can do that from the British Library in Hill Station. It's one of those things.
Hey,
I don't know.
I'm
It's just weird. There's weird agreement going on between the UK and Sierra Leone, and
I'm gonna send you a link about Sierra Leone. I'm gonna
yeah.
send you a link right now in the back chat. I want you to explain this. I don't know how many Sierra Leoneans know about this, but I'm gonna send it in the back. Just pay attention.
Yeah,
Is
it
it
is.
easy? Is it easy for Sierra Leoneans to get a visa to UK? Obviously, probably UK and America compared to other Africans.
Yes, I think it is always been the case. But there was a time that we nearly lost that by letting other West Africans acquire our citizenship, and then they nearly gave us bad rep, and then we stopped doing it.
Okay. How many
Yeah,
countries can Sierra Leoneans visit?
I don't know for
Visa
now.
free.
I can't. I haven't checked. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I checked because I haven't used that passport for long.
No, because in my country we can only visit only 32 countries.
Right. But also, you can visit some countries, but it's about their perception towards the passport, also, right?
I'll give an example. Like with the Somali passport, you could be a rich man in Somalia or well off and educated. You cannot go to America. You can't go to Canada. You can't go to Australia. You can't go to New Zealand. You can go to some European countries, but they don't recognize the passport
Yeah. Say,
because of
yeah,
because of the civil war. Because our passport before the
yeah,
war, this is what I read online. It was one of the top 5 passports because of
yeah.
the madness that happened for the past 20 or 30 years. Because I could tell you like mad stories of people coming to the UK, Somalis basically using doctored passports and also getting like fake visas on Somali passports. And
Right,
there's a lot of bad stories I could talk about all day, but we don't have the time for that. But
right.
that's why they said nah, because of also security risks.
Yeah, yeah. It is. Well, to be honest, if your passport, basically, if the court a lot of people using your passport for illegal activities or terrorism or certain criteria, that country would not be in a good list. Put it this way.
I'll give an example. Let's say, for example, I pay for a Somali passport and I'm a Somali myself or a non-Somali, because in the civil war, basically when the country descended into madness, people stole basically blank passports, passport stamps, visa letters, like recommendation letters to write to these embassies to issue a visa, whatever. A lot of fuckery happened with that.
I mean, these people, to be honest, all this passport issue is not. It's all depend on the nation that you belong to. That's what I see. Because when the war happened in Sierra Leone, when we went to Guinea and neighboring countries, what the U.S. embassy was and the British embassy was telling people, don't worry about your passport. We know you ran away from war. Just go to your country embassy and get a traveling certificate, right? which is just like a piece of paper, black and white printed. Yeah, and a lot of people, like even some Guineans that can speak the Creole, they all went to America, and basically you get free flights and you get like a brown envelope in the, is actually a better scheme than the Ukraine scheme, for example, right? It's one of the best schemes, and so yeah, when the war happens to Sierra Leone and Liberia, we was actually well treated by the West, and to
Oh,
be honest,
same here. Same here,
huh?
but same
Yeah.
with us Somalis in the 90s when a lot of countries were opening their doors.
Yes, but that's because there was different foundations in place, and this was, the Sierra Leoneans and the Liberians in the diaspora that set up this, thing with the Congress or the government and different churches and different organizations, for them to do that though. So it was one of those things, but it depends on the country. If your country, and also even after that, in terms of getting a visa just to visit family member and stuff like that, is much more easier. And before, it was visa free for a lot of all the Scandinavians and the UK. America
But
was.
with Africans, right? Yeah, you said they welcome my people and they welcome your people. But when it came to like other Africans coming as refugees, let's say from people from Ethiopia, because I've seen it on nice, they'll turn them away, or Eritrea, they'll turn them back away. Like there's even stories of people from these countries who claim. So I give an example: if you were to be deported and you say you're Ethiopian, they'll send you back. If you say you're Somali, they'll leave you alone. Because I've seen a lot of Eritreans and Ethiopians who say that they're Somali and they get a letter from the elders.
For asylum purposes.
Yeah, they'll try, if they got a friend, they'll go to the elders and say, listen, these people, I want you to prove to these people that I'm one of you and that. They'll get a letter from one of the elders in the community who.
Do you know my brother? My half brother. I just asked about just now. If when I asked Flex about in Atlanta, his cousin used to work for the Home Office. For like 15 years, right? So he basically there was this list of countries, in the Home Office where they actually prioritize those countries over the other countries, in Africa and in Asia. So they obviously will look at this application, the amount of application coming from that country, and they look at the list, the risk, and there's so many things that they actually weigh in, before they decide, the case or whether to. It's so crazy, man. You got to be careful with the people, and also I think it's through transparency. If they can actually find out, to know you're genuine from that country also.
I'll give an example. You said genuine, right? Yeah. Let me ask you, does this sound like a Sierra Leone name to you? I'll give you a story. I remember years ago, 13 or 14, 15 years ago, there was this gangbanger, yeah, from Sierra Leone, from Croydon. You could Google it, yeah. And I Googled his name, right? I didn't know at the time. I was young, yeah. I didn't know this tribal shit. But he was from Sierra Leone, yeah. But he was actually from Nigeria, basically. His name was he was basically a gangbanger. He founded the big gang in Croydon. They wanted to deport him, but they couldn't deport him in the end. His name was Jolanda Giwa. Giwa. Does Giwa sound like a Sierra Leonean to you or Nigerian?
Giwa.
Jolanda Giwa.
Giwa.
I'll Google it. Let me send it to you.
But yeah, we have a lot of Nigerians carrying Sierra Leonean passports, and actually have been. They tried to.
Basically, they wanted to send the guy back, right here. They wanted to send him back to Sierra Leone, but he destroyed his passport. But basically, this guy was also obviously from Nigeria, because you do have Nigerians. You said before.
We do have Yorubas in Freetown. So
he's probably from that tribe. Korea, yeah. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to sending back someone from their country, doesn't the Home Office, I'll have to ask Flexo, about this. Don't they Google the name? Let's say if your name is Sharmak Abshir, you're Somali, you're from Kenya, you're from this tribe. It's obvious, isn't it? They'll just I don't think they probably do.
In West Africa, they will struggle with that with the Fulani Mandinka because we're dispersed everywhere.
Yeah, I know
Because if you go to Guinea, Sierra Leone, you're gonna hear Mane, Kone, Tarawali, Traore, or you're gonna hear Ba, Diallo, Shari.
Where do Fulani people originate from? I don't. Nobody ever really told
It's
me.
called no. That's fine. They originated from the northern Senegal, Toro region of northern Senegal.
This is what I'll say, right? In terms of the furthest you could probably trace us like reliably, I would say northern Senegal. I would say what he said, northern Senegal,
Don't
southern
Fulani,
Mauritania.
don't Fulani
But
people come from
I would say like pretty much the Sahara. That's what I would say. I would say like the Sahara.
Northern Senegal, exactly the top of where Gambia is, just above it, just between the border to the Mauritanian border.
And who
That's
would
the
be?
exact origin of the Fullers.
Who's
don't they
the
come from
original?
Futa? Don't they come from
Futa Toro.
Toro? Yeah, that's where they come
Yeah.
from, right?
We have in Fuller we have 4 kingdoms, right? The 4 kingdoms is Futa Toro. We have Masina. Masina is Mali. Then we have Adamawa, which is where the one you call, that's the one in Cameroon. And then we have Futa Jalon. Now, there is a confusion between the age, between the one at Madamawa and Futa Jalon, which one is oldest? You know, which one the Fulani last settled in, whether it's the one in Cameroon or the one in Guinea. But
Jalon
the
is
one in
the older man. Let's be honest.
okay, Jalon is older than
It's
that's it.
older. I'm not saying that there weren't Fulanis there.
Yeah.
They were spread out anyway. So they were
Yeah.
spread across, the empires like Songhai, Mali.
Oh
There
yeah,
were
yeah.
Fulanis in every empire. Like they pretty
Yes.
much just spanned the whole area, and they
Yes.
would get, absorbed into whatever was going on at the time. That's pretty much
That's it. And that's how we are still. We're very similar to those that we basically one man I'm gonna this one man is a joke.
I got
a question. I got a question.
Yeah, one man, let me catch you.
Let me ask
Dad, come and get
Al
him.
a question. Are you talking about Adamawa? How do you know Adamawa, Al? I mean, come on, man. You are not of this part of Nigeria and Cameroon. You know about Adamawa. Adamawa was a caliphate that was founded by Modibo Adama. Modibo Adama used to be a student of Usman Dan Fodio. So when you talk of Adamawa, the name Adamawa came from the name Adama. That was where Adamawa came from. So maybe you don't know that. But Adamawa used to be a whole big.
It's good to know where it comes from. But
Let me finish now. Let me finish. Maybe you don't know that Adamawa used to be a whole big empire on its own. I don't know where the people came from, but it used to combine Cameroon and Nigeria to the whole area is called Adamawa. So it was due of partition that one part went to Nigeria and one part went to Cameroon. And these people are the same people, but I actually don't know if they came from Futa Jalon or whatever. But I don't think they are related to what you just mentioned. And
yes, you are right, Jude. You are right, 100%. I to finish. There's a guy that was reading some transcript from the Mali Empire that I follow from Mali. He's the one that was describing it, and he was explaining the age of the different empires of the Fullers and our history. And then that's when I realized, and I do extra research. And yeah, you're right. Adamawa, it was a massive region. It goes apparently it's spread all the way to near Central African Republic.
Exactly. There you go. And most of these guys came from Sudan. If you ask me, like the ones that I know came from because we are closer to this part of Sudan and in Chad and all of that.
They are houses. They are houses and Fullers. And also we had the Kanuri brothers. Don't forget, Kanuris and Fullers and Hausa are very close people. We've been intermarried and mixed up at the Lake Chad region before Nigeria become one.
Yeah, what you don't understand is the Kanuri, but the Kanuri in Cameroon and Nigeria, they are found in Borno, up north, all the way close to Chad. But the Adamawas are different from the Kanuri people. Even the Pearl people are the ones that are even. I think like when it comes to like what we have in Cameroon, we have the Pearl. The people in Adamawa, they are the Pearl. The kind of Fulani people. Yeah, the Pearl.
I got a question.
Go ahead, man.
Songhai took that region first.
I was gonna say, where do the Wolofs come from? Sometimes when I see them,
you asked the question.
The Wolof. Okay, let me answer your question. The Wolof came from Sudan and came and settled in our region. And as a brother, that we had ancestral connection with in some kind of way in the past. Because the thing is, the Wolof, the Fulas, the Mandinka, just like all the West African tribes, would trace their ancestors back to Sudan, to the Northwest Nile Valley. So when you hear people saying Egypt was built by black people, or black people were the ones in Egypt, if you want to see the fact, the evidential fact of that, just come to West Africa and meet these people. It's the evidence of it.
I have a
Because
question.
every time I see some West Africans, they look exactly like they're Sudanese people. But I'm always like, when I ask them, they like, no, we're from Senegal, we're from Gambia. I'm like, I don't really know, man. Y'all look like y'all. I seen your faces in Sudan, you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% spot on, and
Nilotics
it's
and
our ancestral
Mandinka.
home.
Yeah, they look the same even when, because these qualifiers for World Cup, South Sudanese was even playing Senegal. When they went over there, like they look, almost all of them look the same. They were even doubting who is Sudanese and who is Senegalese, you know, after the game. But like I said, man, look, we are different people. We might look similar in terms of structure, but it doesn't mean we are the same people. That's why even in Cameroon today, as we speak, we actually know who we are. We actually know who the Pearl are. The Pearl actually know who their own
Jude,
people are.
the Pearl in Cameroon, out of all the Fullers in Africa, those ones in Cameroon are the only ones that are genetically different to us in the West. The Fuller in Cameroon is genetically different to the one. They're the one that have more Afro-Asiatic admixture. Yeah?
Exactly, because
they're
even
different to us in the West, right? But they do have some of us in them, if that makes sense, right? So it's a very confusing.
But do you guys speak the same language? Do you guys speak the same language?
Similar. Like if a Senegalese speaking Fuller, I
Yes,
don't really understand that much.
Cameroonians and Fulanis from Guinea can understand each other probably better than
No,
a
because
Futa
these
Toro
people,
and a
the Pearl
Futa
in
Jalon.
Cameroon speak, the Pearl in Cameroon speak Fulfude. Do you guys speak Fulfude?
No, we don't speak Fulfulde, but
That's what I'm saying.
Cameroon, I've heard them speak. I understand them more.
You say Cameroon, you heard them
To
speak.
sound like
Cameroon
a
is a
Guinean.
country, man. What the hell you talking about?
No,
We
you're
have
talking
over
about the Fuller.
256
No, Jude,
languages. You say you
you
have heard them
understand what you
speak.
mean. He said Fullers in Cameroon.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
Yeah,
I mean,
even
Cameroon is like,
even a lot of the Fula in Cameroon, it sounds different than the northern
bro,
Nigerian
you don't even
Fulani.
know what
It
language
sounds
the
different.
Fulani in Cameroon speak. That's what I'm asking you. They speak, what language do the Fulani in Guinea
Let me
speak?
tell you something. Let me break it down to you.
Fuller.
So when you go west,
Fula, we don't
when you
speak
go,
Fula in Cameroon. We speak Fufu. They speak
let
Fufude.
me finish.
It's the same, but pronounced as differently.
Let me
Jude.
explain the difference real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
So
I
the
didn't know
difference is
that.
this. The difference is this, right? The western Fulanis, they speak Pular. The eastern Fulanis, the eastern side, they speak Fulfulde. That's the real difference,
No,
because
they
even
don't speak
northern
Fufude
Nigeria,
in East.
He's right.
They don't
He's
speak
even
right.
northern
Fufude in
Nigeria,
East
parts
Africa.
of northern Nigeria,
What the
they
hell you
sound
talk? What
different.
is this guy talking about? You say the East. What part of the East you talking
I'm
about?
trying to explain,
In
Jude. You're not getting
Cameroon.
Cameroon, Nigeria.
Cameroon,
Oh,
Nigeria is east to us. Don't
that's
forget you are
that's
east.
East. You
To
should
us,
have
you're
said
east.
Central and West, not saying East. East is like meaning East Africa.
No.
No, that's
I
what they
East
say,
Africa.
Jude. That's how
East
they
of
do it.
West
East,
Africa.
West Sahel, East Sahel. How about that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they say okay. So Fufude is the same as Fula.
Jude, even you look like
It's the
Fuller, you know,
same.
bro. I saw
It's the
your
same.
video
It's
before,
just
man. You
that's
look
what
like a
they call
Fuller
the
boy.
dialect when you get to that side.
Oh, you're crazy.
You see?
I see you, bro. You look like a Fulani, bro. Seriously.
No one has
He
ever
can
seen
pass
you,
for
baby.
he
You
can pass for Wolof. I'm not gonna lie. He looked like
No,
a
you look
Sered
fuller.
guy
You look
or
more like the
something.
fuller from us, from our side, innit? You look more like the fuller from our side. More
He
than
looked like
No,
he looked like a Sered
I'm
a little bit. I'm not
100%
gonna
back.
lie. That's what he looked
I'm
like.
100%. I'm 100% Bantu. Original Bantu. To be
Jude,
He's
precise.
kind
let
of
me
least
tell you what.
American
Let me tell you
Bantu.
one thing, Jude. Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, Jude. You see the end. Most of the West African tribes. Let me start from Nigeria. Ijo, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. No, I don't know about the Hausas. I need to go back on that. I don't want to make it up. Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, Ijo, Mandinka, Wolof, the Mande group. All these people came from Sudan. They all came from Sudan to West Africa.
Yeah.
AI.
Jude, can I ask you?
AI.
We got guys. We got a new pet finalist quickly. I want to ask him a question. Shout out to Flow State. Flow State, As the honorary Dwight man, can you tell the difference between Africans? Can you tell the difference between a Somali and a Nigerian?
No, not that specifically. I can loosely tell East versus West African.
Okay,
But
loosely tell. Okay. Okay.
I wanted to make that point. This is the similarities. The only similarities the Hausa have with the Fulani is that when the
Hey,
Fulani
Judah,
came, they colonized.
hey,
Let me
Judah.
finish. Let me finish. When the Fulani came, they colonized the Hausas, even in Cameroon. That's why they colonized them with the Usman Dan Fodio religion, the Muslim religion. That is the only similarity that they have. That they have a Muslim, a similar religion called the Muslim, or they believe in the Islamic religion. But the difference is that an Hausa person is more built than a Fulani person. Fulani person are more skinny and slim in my country. Like, yeah,
The Hausa is
they
more
are
short
more
and
tall,
stocky.
slim. Yeah, but a Fulani is like a Fulani. A Fulani can pass for a Bantu if they don't wear this agbada, this big gown that they wear. They can pass for a Bantu.
It depends on the Fulani also. Not all Fulani got the same build. If you come to the further west,
No,
Fulanis are more built.
the ones in my place, we call them Bororo. I mean,
Bororo,
those are
yeah. See,
another
that's the
name.
cow
Boro. I
Fula.
don't know if
These
you're
are the
familiar
skinny
with that
Fula.
name.
These are the ones that
Yeah.
have to stay skinny because they have to move around.
Yeah, they move around. Even most of their women's are the one that roam around. I mean, we also have some that comes from Niger. They roam around with doing all these shoe mender. They are the ones that do shoe mending in my place, or they do hair. Most of their women, but we call them Bororo, or we don't even call them Fulani. We just call them Bororo. But this is the thing I told you: they are more skinny. They look slim. Their facial expression looks more lighter than the Hausa people. You know, yeah. So that's just how we can tell.
Yes,
How
you
the
are right.
difference.
You are right. You are right. But the thing is, when they say the Fulani came to colonize the Hausa, this is what people got to be careful of. The Fulani and the Hausas and the Kanuri been living in Lake Chad since the 11th century, and the first people that came to northern Nigeria was in the Sokoto Caliphate. It was actually Sunjata Keita was the first person that came there. And in fact, when Niani was here the last time, he mentioned about one of his, tribal people that live in the northern Nigeria that speak similar languages. Probably that's one of the link there he should do a bit of research on, because Sunjata been there way before Danfodio. And Fulani and Hausa and Kanuris been living together around that region where Niger and Lake Chad is way before Danfodio. But however, Danfodio went to live with his family in northern Nigeria, because we do send, exchange students. We have that for centuries in West Africa, where, we send our kids to different regions to go and study or learn different things and come back. And that region do the same thing. And so he went there to propagate a new type of Islam and to liberate the
and that is what
Hausas.
we call colonization. It's not colonizing them, but religious colonization. That was what I was saying.
Okay. So the Hausas were in big trouble. The Hausa state were never unified. There were different, kingdom that was warring one another, killing one another, and overtaxing people, and the slavery within the Hausa kingdom. And the people were in turmoil. They needed someone from the outside to come and rescue them. And Danfodio was the perfect person. And most of this invasion during the Sokoto Caliphate, obviously there was some people that left the dead West, like the Fullers from Toro, some Guinea, and some of the Jalunke and different of the Mande group that live around the Futa, Jalong, and Toro region that went over there. But majority of the foot soldiers of Danfodio were Hausas. He's the one that brought them forward to Central Africa and Cameroon, because they never was there. So those houses that you see around that region went there during those reign, and majority of the people that was doing, the conquering to further south of Nigeria, where the middle belt is, were also majority Hausas, that was doing the expansion, and all the way to Sudan.
No,
In fact, that's why.
See,
So
what
what
you don't
happened was,
understand
can
is,
I?
Yeah.
well, let me just make this point, right? What you
So
don't
it
understand
was a
is,
teamwork. It was a teamwork.
let
Modern
me
colonization.
just make this point, right? The problems that we in Cameroon face, or Nigerian face, right, is different from the same problem that the Fulanis in Guinea, Guinea and Sierra Leone face, because this is the thing: the Fulani took over control of your country, so you guys have a privilege. In other countries where between Nigeria and Cameroon, it was a different case. It wasn't a success story. It might be a success story for you because you are a Fulani, and maybe the history of how the Fulani spread their religions is not known to you. But us, we actually know what it is and how we fought for it and how we defend the territory. Now, when the Fulani came to that part of Cameroon, the Hausas were living face to face with the Bantu. We had no problems with them because everybody was we were living a kind of not a Muslim religious life or a Christian religious life. We're all living our cultural religious life. Till when the Fulani came, because the Fulani, if you ask me, are the middlemen between the Muslims in the north or the Arabs and the darker skinned people. That is a fact. The Fulani people are a middleman. So they
Okay. Let me add one thing.
Let me finish. A Fulani person will defend an Arab more or carrying their religion and spread it further south. And that is the problems that we face. And when we talk of how we fought them to defend our territory. We fought them. If it wasn't for Cameroon, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for Cameroon, the Muslim religion will have spread it all the way down south to Congo and even South Africa.
I disagree with that.
But listen. Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing? I haven't spoken.
You're giving us too much credit, Jude.
I haven't spoken. You've talked too much, man. No, you've talked too much. Let me finish.
Let me conclude.
The first president of Cameroon was Fulani. The first president of Cameroon was
between the north and south in Cameroon or Nigeria, you could tell that the south is habited by the Christians and the north is habited by the Muslim because they had to fight and defend it. If not, they will have.
Are you proud to live in a Christian part? Yeah. Are you proud to be in the Christian part of it? Yeah.
Exactly, because we are more linear. The north are not linear at all. They are not open. That is a bigger issue. You have to be linear in your religion. If not, it's going to be a lot of problems.
I heard you. He's trying to trick you. He's trying to say that you're colonized to want to be Christian as well. It's just as bad as being Muslim. But hang on, guys. We've got a couple new panelists.
Guys, you read the mind?
It's not even.
I know. But that's what he. Yeah, that's what he's doing. We've got 3 new panelists. What's good, guys? Yeah. So, Flow State, right? As an outsider, what do you think about like these Africans, blacks, and all these people? Do you think the IQ is just too low to ever build successful economies?
I smell a trap here.
Sorry, guys. Kaiser, I'll drop you that link.
Be honest. Have a look. Yeah. Okay,
what was the question?
I've checked it out. Yeah. What do you think about like this debates we've been having on these platforms? Like, do you believe that the IQ of Africans or African descended people is lower than people of European stock? And do you think that's the reason why all black countries, apart from Barbados, are poor?
I think that they're poor because
two reasons. Barbados is a poor country, man. Go ahead, brother.
Can you just wait?
Sorry, man. But the whole blacks in the world are poor. That's a fact. Even African Americans in America. Go ahead, brother.
Africa is made up of smaller countries, unlike, say, China, Russia, U.S. The world superpowers are all big countries. So I think that's the primary reason.
No, it's not about being poor or small. You can have United Kingdom was a smaller country, but they captured most African countries. Belgium was as small, but they captured Congo. It's not being big or small. You can be a small country and still be a small power.
I think today it is.
Hey, we're talking about Belgium. That's a very stupid reason. These white people came together in a code, in one white supremacy code in the Berlin Conference in 1844 to divide Africa within themselves. So that is not the best excuse you can.
So it means Africans were weak. That's why they got divided. So I mean, blame your people for being weak.
They were not weak. They were not weak. They were taken advantage of. Keep quiet. They were taken advantage.
So
of.
if you are taking advantage of, it means you are a weak guy. If I take advantage of you, it means you are a mumu guy.
How do you have a meeting? How do you have a meeting in Berlin? Not even not one African is a member in that meeting. And
but why would they be? If I'm trying to connive and take your resources, will you be part of it?
Listen, let me tell you. Keep quiet. This is about fighting of the fittest. The Europeans got all these gunpowders and these machines from China, and they decided, and that time Europe was going through
this guy is a mumu guy. This guy from South Africa, from China. At that point in time, was China? What was China even doing?
Can I finish?
Can
You
I
are talking
finish?
about
Can I
1884 when Africans were even far better off than China.
shut up?
Yeah, are you
Shut up. Let me
conflicting
finish.
between
Let
the
me
time
finish.
change? So this guy is a mumu guy, man. This South
Guys,
African
I'm
guy
not a
called Joe.
Mumu. I'm not a Mumu. I'm an African. Listen, at that time, these people are fighting for their features. Fighting for the features. Africa, Europe was going through famine and serious suffering, so they had to fight for themselves. So they got together in 1844. Not even one, not even a,
Not
not even a
1844,
traitor.
1884. What is this guy talking
Oh,
about? You have no clue about history.
1884.
Where does 1844 comes in?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, you got
It's
my
not
mistake.
unfortunate that the South African
You
want
got
to
my
talk
mistake.
about
Yes.
history.
You got my
Chill there, my brother.
mistake. You
Let
corrected
him
me.
finish, man.
You got my mistake. You corrected me. Stop bragging. Okay, we know you're educated. Relax. Stop it. So these guys, they got together. Okay, they had to fight for their right because there was serious famine and poverty in Africa. So they got all these machine guns and all these gunpowders from China, and they said, they already got Africa because of the slave trade and everything, and they already knew the secrets and everything and the territorial land and everything. So they said, "Yo, you need to get together." They did not even get even one African who was a traitor. They did not even get him involved, and they came with all this gunpowder and everything, and they took over Africa because they had to do everything to feed their people in Europe. And we Africans, because we are so stupid, since the slave trade, we were used to selling our own people, betraying our own people. So we decided to work with this white man and we gave them everything. But some Africans fought back. Some Africans tried to fight back, but because these white men got their weapons from China, they managed to overtake us. So that's how
Did
things
you know
went.
that Africans were the one that were calling for Europeans to come and colonize them? Okay, matter of fact, I can tell you about Cameroon, how Cameroon even sent letters. I'm telling you some of the kingdoms. Let me finish. Some of the kingdoms in Cameroon even sent letters to United Kingdom. How they wanted, or even wanted them to come and colonize
Can I answer? Can I answer? Okay, can I answer? My country is
even in
one of
most
them. My
African
country.
countries,
Can I
it was the
answer?
same thing.
My country.
Go ahead.
My country was one of them. My country was one of them.
Exactly. There you
Because
go.
at that time,
So what? Come on, man. You
let
don't
me
know.
answer. Let me answer, please. That is because at that time we were not a country, we were tribes, and we thought that these Europeans will be on our side with our tribe to protect us and will help us win, and then they will help us benefit our tribe and grow our tribe. Which all that was nothing but such a lie and nonsense and betrayal, and we were conned, we were scammed and conned. So we were fools to trust these white people. So that's why we did that stuff. Get it?
Okay, Kaizo, let me go ahead and expatiate on this guy point, right? This guy forget to know that colonialism has done more good in his country than what it is today. If it wasn't for the white man, they wouldn't even be putting on clothes. You see that most South Africans do not wear clothes. They expose themselves and think their traditional culture is good. Exposing yourself doesn't make your culture a good thing. But this is the thing the white man bought, despite the pain that we Africans are facing.
Let me tell you one thing.
Despite the fact that
that's why you're brainwashed.
Africans are facing,
That is why
we
you're
have
brainwashed.
benefited more
Africa
from the
is
white
hot.
man's colonization than what we
Africa
are
is hot.
benefiting than what it is today. Go ahead.
Africa, let me tell you. No. Let me answer him.
No, peace
Africans,
out.
no, let me answer. Africans were not stupid enough to expose our penises and our behind. Our ladies were not stupid enough to expose their vaginas. Yes, maybe they were exposing their breasts, okay? As men, we expose our chests, okay? But let me remind you one thing. Africa is hot. So what makes you think that wearing a suit and a tie is civilization and it's mature enough in this heat? What is wrong with you?
And not even that. It's like you're looking at it from that perspective of basically the colonization. You're saying that just the way that we were living prior to them coming is wrong. They had to show us what's right. It's like your mind is kind of screwed at that point because you're looking at it from their point of view, not an African point of view. An African point of view is like he said. It's like, our women don't really show show anything underneath, and on top of that, they don't really show their chest as well. Who's this? South
Okay,
Africa?
I want to just reply to this Cameroonian guy. Yeah, exactly like that. Breast was a normal thing to be seen. It's the white man who came and told us that breast is very wrong. What is wrong with breast?
You denigrate Africans. You say the culture was good.
Your same child is sucking breast from your mother, from your wife's
is sucking milk from your wife's breast, but you find it so shameful and whatever. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
I agree. I think white men fucked that up. We need boobs back.
No, the white man didn't fucked up. The white man gave us a good sense of what a dressing good is. Come on, man. You cannot be
only that, Jude. How dare you,
African
Jude,
mentality.
Come on, bro. How dare you say the white man brought clothes for us?
What are we talking about? Some sense of our culture needs to be taken out and put in an underground bunker. This is ridiculous to call that a sense of culture. It makes no sense. So you are telling me that women's breasts that were in some countries that they were cutting out a men's penis so that should keep continuing because it's our culture. Are you kidding me?
Jude,
it makes no sense.
The Almoravid dynasty and the Mali Empire have provided us enough sophistication than the colonials. I will tell you that now. If you in fact, we as Africans, you don't give African credit. Obviously, I know right now where we are, we're not in a good place. But you go back to history, the oldest university in southern Spain, the oldest university in the world, was actually funded and built by West African and Berbers.
Oh, come on, man! And what did the university do for your people? What did it do for
the Mali Empire?
Jude,
that enabled us.
Man. There's no way Africa.
Jude, let me answer.
Jude, let me answer. Let me add it up.
No,
the West haven't done nothing for us.
Jude thinks. Jude, I'm sure he knows that if he walks in his neighborhood, bare-chested, because he lives in a white state. I know this guy. He lives in a white state. So if he walks in the neighborhood, those white people there will look at him like bare-chested. I mean. They will look at him like he's very weird and everything. But he can go and play basketball in the streets bare-chested, all right? So I don't see what is wrong with our ladies walking with their breasts showing, and us, we can walk with our chest showing. What is wrong with that?
JQ, in West Africa, go back to the centuries, way before the white man came, way before the Romans, way before the Anglo-Saxons. We already weaving clothes in West Africa from cotton. We already, my tribe were already going, on the coast on horses, with a good fine cotton.
So, you are telling me that you were already civilized before the white man came.
100%.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are, because the white man towards less clothes anyway.
We already built dynasties in northeast in Nubia. We already built Nubia. We already done what they call Egyptian dynasties. I am tired.
I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. I keep reminding in this group, but
stop
they don't
pandering
listen.
to Kaizo too much, man. I know you need that.
No, I'm not pandering to Kaizo, but Kaizo, let me make this point, right? You see, most of these Africans are like
accurate with the dustiness. We're dusty, but
most of these Africans,
you brought a very good point, because the same Greek people who invaded us in Egypt, they took all our education, all our Freemason. All our scientific, all our star, whatever, how is it called? The star reading, everything. They took all the idea and brought it to Greece. I mean, in Egypt, that is where they learned how to shower. They didn't learn it from the wars. They learned it from us.
How can this guy make this? How can this guy make this culture a norm in Africa? How can you tell me that? How can you tell me that an African person should dress like this and go for an interview? For an interview for a job.
Do you know what they look like before the Romans came here?
Come on, man.
Do you know what England? Do you know what England looked like before the Romans? Do you know what England looked like before the Romans? Do you know? Do you have a clue? Let me just give you an example, right? These people used to bathe and sleep with their cattle. Do you understand? Yeah, they had Kaizo enlighten this guy. There are a lot of plagues that wiped them out, plagues after plague. That's one of the reasons why their population have vanished. It's because of the dirt,
they used to, and they solved the problems. Why have Africans?
They stopped because we were colonized. We were brainwashed and colonized. Brainwashed. That's why.
Do you understand?
They solved that problem of plague ruining their country, right? They learn from it. And they solve it. Now comes to the African scenario.
Judah, what makes you think that?
Come to the African scenario. How come you have not been able to solve Ebola? You have not been able to solve all the diseases that is making
we solved it.
How come we have not been able to solve security? How come we have not been able to solve? Come on, man.
Judah, see Sierra Leone during when Ebola happened in Sierra Leone, the entire world didn't know what to do. The Marburg virus. Do you understand? We were a poor country, just came out of war, 10 years non-stop war, destroy everything. And our economy was the fastest growing
Are you
economy.
talking about when you
But one,
talk of 10 years? When did the war in Sierra Leone end? You have to be precise.
let me finish. After the
When
war,
you
we
say
had
10 years,
Ebola.
I mean, I've
Can you,
been hearing people talk about
can
10
I
years,
finish?
10 years, 10 years. It
Let
seems
me
like
finish.
10 years have never been over.
But you asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm answering it, right? So after that Ebola, we're doing that Ebola period. It's only one foreign doctor that was a Scottish woman that have dedication, because we have a lot of there's some funny relationship between black English people from Como, Scotland, Welsh, and Sierra Leone. I don't know what they're always there. They always got some interaction and whatever. But anyway, she went over there. She was the only nurse that was a foreign that went over there to help us out, other than the Cubans, right? The Cubans came over, right? And the Cubans came over to learn more than anything else. They stood back and watched my dusty people in Sierra Leone, eradicate this virus through the public health.
Yeah, bro.
Right?
I
But
know
let
a
me
lot
just
of
finish.
American doctors that were sent to Sierra Leone. What the heck is this guy talking about? Come on, man.
Ebola. So when we did that, the British contingent that went to Sierra Leone at the end of the Ebola crisis were one of the first team that started working on the COVID when they arrived over here. So just be careful. I know we were dusty, we certain ways, but you need to give us some credits, right? Because if you don't, I just remember what I
No,
mentioned
there's no
about pride.
credit, man. What credit?
What I
We do
mentioned about
things in a
pride the last
mediocre.
time.
We do things in a mediocre way, and you say credit. Africans shouldn't be taking credit for
Okay. You know
anything.
what? You know
Come
what,
on, man.
Jude, I know you
Jude,
live in a white.
I hope you learn from that anyway.
No,
But yeah.
no,
Even
he
the
hasn't
blacks
learned.
in
He
South
hasn't learned.
Africa,
He has not
the
learned.
white man is still. Come on, man.
Jude lives in a white state. He hasn't learned. He will never learn. So I just, my neighbor has complained that I'm making noise. So I just want to say something that's really bothering me. And I don't think we have any French person here, but I know we have Lozi here. I know Lozi and my friend from Sierra Leone, and Jude is from a French country. I hope he can help me. There's
No,
something I learned.
I'm from a bilingual country, not French.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. So I need some advice and help. There's something that really shocked me I learned last night. So I've always been in this English for over 1 year. I've been in this English, African English, Black American English, and oh, Kaizo, is your life still going on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can still hear you, bro. You just carry on. Yeah.
His live stream has gone off.
No, it's not. It's
No, I mean, just go ahead. We are on live. I mean, he's creating another live, but go ahead. I mean, it's still live.
Okay, so I decided I found this channel and I decided to join it surprisingly, and then they were on live, and it was from Africans with from Africans from Cameroon, Congo. There was Benin, there was Cote d'Ivoire, there was Senegal there, and Francophone Caribbeans from St. Lucie, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Haitians were there, and French Guyana. And there were like one African and one Caribbean in Canada, and most of the Africans and Caribbeans were in France.
What panel was that?
I was so
Hello.
Okay, I will send you the link later to join the channel.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Send it on the back chat, but go ahead.
I'm in the back chat. Okay, all right. So I was just so surprised to learn that even within the Francophone diaspora, there is war.
Big time.
I was very much surprised, man.
It's even worse, bro. My brother is
Like Africans and the Caribbeans, they call themselves, Judy, I think, they call themselves les Antilles. The Caribbeans, they call themselves les Antilles. I was surprised that there is diaspora. I thought it was only we English people that had that issue. But in France, Caribbeans and Africans have issues, man. Man, I was surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, why are you surprised, man? All Africans, I go between the French zone and the English zone when it comes to panel like this. You hardly see French Africans come on this panel, right? But when you go to French African panels, the same thing that we are talking here is the same thing that they are also talking on their partners and everything, and there's confusion everywhere between blacks in general, in France, everywhere. So when people say, oh, the English ones are the ones that are have that spirit of Pan-Africanism, no, the Francophones or the French Africans are even talking more of Pan-Africanism than even the English African countries as well. So
okay,
yeah,
Julie, can I speak after you, Julie?
Go ahead,
go on, Lozi.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree more with Judith's point on this, and I think we just need to be honest as people, and once we are honest and face reality for what it is, we will be able to rise. So I will say this: the total human civilization, be it the old civilization, the modern civilization, it has all people participating from all walks of life in any group, and I believe Africans were one of the earliest civilization. But if we look 1,000 years ago, from 1,000 till now, the white man has conquered and developed the most highest technology we've never witnessed in human history. Let's give credit where it's due. But the point is, they did not achieve that with good merit. It was not done in a way of humanity. They did it with aggression, but however you put it, they did it. They contributed the most technology. I'm not saying they're the only ones who contributed technology. Things like the number O was discovered by Indians. Certain things were discovered by Africans, Middle East Americans. But if we talk about more than 50% of the global tech that we are using today, even on this platform, we are under a white man's platform. The most of the recent tech for the past 500 years, they're the ones who did it. Am I saying they're the most intelligent? Maybe for the past 5,000 years, they evolved in a certain way that their societies faced so much invasions and all that, and they were pushed to be aggressive. They were pushed to innovate. And I think those things played a key role. We can still do that as people, as Africans. Maybe there's still a chance for us to do that. But at the moment, we are at the bottom of the food chain. We are at the bottom. We have to accept that. We have to admit there's a reason why Africa is below. You can give an excuse. You can say they invaded us. Yes, they invaded us because they could. We were defeated because they could do that to us. So stop coming here with kumbaya that we're trying to justify.
Lozi, I don't think we disagree with that. That's not what we're disagreeing with. To say that if it wasn't for them, we'll be in X, Y, Z. That's what we disagree on. Everything that you just said just now.
That's true. If it wasn't for them, we'll have still be in our IQ have skyrocketed because the white man came and colonized us. I'm telling you,
let Dr. Mary Antoinette come in. Let the lady come in. Then Tunija can come in.
This owl, man.
Yeah, Tunija's coming for you there. Sorry, man.
Can I add something? Real quick?
I'll wait for Tunija to make his contribution.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh Lord, Tunija. Oh man, come on, man.
I told you,
come on, man. Oh
man. Why are you guys acting as if I'm a mean person? I'm a very nice person.
Yeah, right.
This guy, man. Oh man.
Greetings everyone. Greetings all of you guys. You guys are gathering and having a conversation. It's all good. Yeah, this stuff about, I think, the Europeans innovated, but it's not new. Every new civilization comes with new innovations. And at the time, people always say, greatest of all time, isn't it? And that's what we have now. And I have to also, I think you can give them credit for at least, holding fort for a while. But you have various civilizations show up from different regions of the world, and if you go by longevity, then they have not lasted that long, because there's often you have the Turks, you have the Genghis Khan, the Mongols, and so it's been moving around recently. Not like those days when Egypt held for 3,000 years in a row. And even the Moors held for about 800 years, and you can't say the British have even lasted 800 years. And it depends on how you look at things, isn't it? Because technology is not like how do I put it? It's like everything else. There are bottlenecks, and there are areas where things just exponentially increase in terms of growth. And maybe that is what the Europeans are experiencing. That's why people seem like, oh, there's nothing as great as they are. It's just the timing. If you are in the right place at the right time, things work out for you. Like if you look at the Rothschilds when they became the top bankers and all the rest, if they were not in Europe at that point in time when international finance became a thing, they wouldn't have taken advantage of it. So, and then the Europeans created the environment for that to happen because they were traveling all over the world too. So everything happens in its time, and we shouldn't see this one as an exceptional occurrence. And we have our own opportunities, and if we see, given where we are placed in the world, our location in the world, chances that we are going to, like the sub-Saharans, are going to just come and dominate the world the way the Europeans did, is a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift. There has to be a lot of things to come together for that to happen. Strategically, we are not placed in a position that gives us that advantage. If let's say we take over the entire Africa, yes, we may be, because Egypt is there, and that center of the world is right at that position. So there are many things. Did you guys hear about Ethiopia wants to even go to a war? I said that stuff a while ago, last year or so, that Ethiopia is just jail. It's like a jail. They jailed Ethiopia in East Africa, and I hear now that they are looking to break into the they want to have access to the ocean. And
I mentioned that already. Yeah, we heard about that.
Yeah, and if they refuse that they are going to go to war, because it's not. When I looked at the map, I was like, you can't make it up. It's like Europeans just drew the map for them. They jailed the most powerful country in that region. They landlocked them, and from what I gather, I didn't even know how unusual that was.
To Niger, what are you talking about? The white man did it. The white man did not do anything. Eritrea
hold on.
To that part of Ethiopians. That was one of the ideas that Ethiopians did in their whole entire life. They wouldn't have seceded that part of Eritrea and give it all to Eritrea. They will have kept part of it and claim it, but they decided to let Eritrea gain independence. It's like saying what is happening in Ambazonia today, saying Ambazonian, the French Cameroon should allow Ambazonians to gain independence. That would be crazy, because half of the oil in Cameroon is all in the Ambazonian land. Ethiopia did a bigger failure in their part when they allowed Eritrea to gain independence and took all the coast. So, they will have been wise, but it was a fail on them. The white man did not do it. Ethiopians went to war with Eritrea. That division wasn't done by the white man, but by the Ethiopians and Eritreans themselves. Go ahead.
Not necessarily. It depends on who's forming one side over against the other side. Go ahead.
Okay, look, let's go back to the topic that was here initially. So let's stick to the empires, the white race being the dominant race, probably the Western descendants of the white race. Look, what we witness today is that America is collapsing with UK. That's a fact, right? And we witness the rise of China. Now, every empire that rises after another empire will try to correct the mistake of the previous empire, but suck up the best of what that empire achieved. So you see the Chinese rising today. They are taking the best of USA, and then they are improving in diplomatic. They are the best at the moment. They're coming as a solution in many regions that have got wars and all that. But the Chinese are on the rising point, and America is going down. That's just a fact. So in our lifetime, we will see one empire going down and another empire rise, and that's how empires rise and go down. So what we see with China is going to be a better vision of what America is. And if China falls in the next coming 200 years or whatever, that empire is also going to be better than China, even although they're still going to do mistakes. These things happen. They happened throughout history. However, we have to stick with facts. The white man for the past 1,000 years, he controls all the global resources. He controls all the global water, the land, the space. That's just
for the last how many thousand years?
No, it's not. You forget about the Moors. You forget about the Moors. No, it's not. The Moors invaded Europe.
I'll put it now to Niger. That we can debate. No, we can debate. No. Let me say.
The Moors.
No. We can. No. Look, the issue of Moors